Benson supports baseball. Wait.
What?
What's wrong with supporting baseball?
What a
Boring.
controversial statement. Also, I don't. Though the movie Moneyball is very good. I like it.
Moneyball is a great movie. Also,
Yeah,
why do you not
you
support
don't
baseball?
like
Is there
baseball.
something wrong with baseball?
Though
I like
the
playing
one negative
baseball.
about the movie Moneyball is that it does actually contain Bobby Kotick, but he is playing an evil CEO who won't give people money that
I can't remember
he
him.
has.
I don't know if I've ever watched this.
He's in like one
Moneyball's
scene
really
where he's
good.
like, "Can you give us
Brad
more money
Pitt.
for our
Google
team?"
it
And
right
he's
now.
like, "No, we don't have any." And he's sitting in a
Okay.
big boardroom
Moneyball.
and he's probably rich. So it's on point. I see why they got him for the role.
Moneyball is
I don't
basically
think
the
I've
movie of
ever
a guy
seen
who
it.
was like, so stats. Everyone bases who they pick in baseball on how many home runs they get. But that's not how you score. You score by going round. So it doesn't matter about doing a home run. It matters about getting on base. So what if we look at all of the really cheap players who get on base a lot and they pick them up for cheaps? Whereas all the other big teams are like, we'll pay millions for this guy who gets one home run in a million. And then they're like, okay, do that.
I
It's
don't think I've
effectively a
seen
stats
this, but it
thing.
has a lot of. It has like Brad Pitt, Chris Pratt, Robin
It's
Wright.
good.
It has a lot of people.
And
that
it doesn't actually have much
Tammy
baseball play,
Blanchard.
which is even better.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Less
true.
So
baseball,
crazy.
more stats.
They just
Great.
talk about it a lot. They're like, oh, crunch the stats. And they're like, it'll never work.
Everyone's like,
Galaxy
how
brain.
dare you? It's all about this. This guy throws funny. We can't have him. He throws really well, but he throws funny. He's cheap, but he throws. I'm having him. Great.
Like baseball.
Yeah, like-
Have you heard of stats?
Cocks it to the side or something.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
it's the
remember
movie.
baseball cards when they were like the shit. I
Oh,
don't know if
yeah.
any of you guys were.
I
card
know they were the
collectors.
shit in America because when I grew up, they were the shit in America that was just going out of phase.
Mm.
And it wasn't a thing over here, but it was famous enough that we knew it was a thing in America.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi,
Like
welcome
that
to Roll For
Bentham
It.
just like back to you. Yeah.
I mean, it's the British take on America at the time was like everyone collected baseball cards or whatever.
Yeah, no, everyone
No,
in
but
the
it
UK
was just
knows
funny
that
'cause-
baseball cards are like an American thing,
Exactly.
but that
Yeah, it
we
was
don't
just
have
funny
them
the
because we
way
don't have
that-
baseball here.
Take a black
He
Lotus
described it, and
any
then
day.
Bentham was just like, yeah.
Yeah, you got it right. You
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
he's nailed it. That's the feel.
Oh, thank you, Bentham. That was really
That's more
reaffirming.
so,
Hi, welcome
that's
to
more so
Roll
what
For
I'm
It
laughing
Affirmations.
about.
Anyway, hi, welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs and talk about baseball cards and the film Moneyball, which is an excellent film. You should get it. You shouldn't get baseball cards. I mean, I don't own you, but
Some
whatever.
are
You
worth
should
a
definitely
lot of
see
money
Moneyball.
now, so
They're
maybe.
only worth money? Well, people think they're worth money. Similarly to Magic cards.
Yeah, but you can actually play with your Magic cards. You just
That's
look at the
true.
baseball cards.
Well,
Yeah, but
that's what
without-
we were missing. Baseball cards should have had a like a trading card game.
Yeah,
That's
that's
true.
what they're missing.
That's what they
Yeah.
tried to do with a lot of the like top trumps type things, where they were like, it's got 10 of this stat, it beats your 9 or whatever, and they would try to make them tradable, and it kind of worked for them. Anyway.
They did it with football cards in the UK, where they would have footballers would have stats, and then you could play a game with them where you like had a pitch, then you like moved them. And I don't really know how it worked, but I had some.
I would hate to be the people involved going between the footballers and the company being like, you can't have our guy on the card. We think he has to have at least an 8 in tackle. Well, we've got other else. He has to have, it's a 6 on the card. We'll settle for a 7 and we'll license you. Oh, well, 7, but we'll have to cut the price because we really didn't intend that. Skews our distribution on like balance in the format. Like, that must have been conversations they had. And
Oh,
God,
yeah,
that's
would it,
boring.
would it be as a
Probably.
footballer to like pick up your card and like your stats are garbage and nobody plays you?
Or you have like a
Aw.
rival and they have like 1 more point than you, and you're like, damn it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I tackled
very
him. He can't
good.
beat me.
So EE, what you're saying is that you need to make a trading card game in game with all the tower, like the well-known tower people.
I mean, there probably would. There probably is. Let's be
No,
honest.
Yeah.
no, it's the hero cards. They'll be.
You
a
know, you
thing.
can get
But
like
they're like
the
stone slabs, the little.
you know, you can get the like cards and stuff or whatever in D&D or whatever. I can't remember. Is it like a dragon deck or something? Why have I got someone at my door? Okay,
Oh.
apparently I've got someone at my door. Someone do the shilling and the announcements for me.
Oh,
What's
no.
going on?
we do have some announcements. Today's supporter is Miazilla. Thank you very much, Miazilla, for supporting
Thank you,
today's
Mia.
weirdness.
Oh my gosh, the art you made for Skith's character is so cute.
It
It's
is
so
awesome.
it's like such a cute dragon. Dragon Ball.
Also, I always appreciate this. Is most people won't be aware of this, but this is a running joke now. But I always appreciate Miazilla and Finley Shards always coordinate their episode support every month. And when we do the monthly recaps, we go through like who supported what episodes, and that means I gotta like quickly like type it out so I know who did what, and like make it into a presentable, readable format. And Miazilla and Finley make it really easy because they always support the first and the second Ascension episode of the month. So all I have to do is change the episode number, and it's already done in the sheet. So that's it's a little thing everyone gets to learn now. Like every time we do the recap, I'm like, oh, they did it again, nice, done. It's cool. Yeah. Also, we're sponsored by Roll20. We use it for all of our games. We're using it for this game. We used it for every game we've ever played on Roll For It. I don't know that we've ever had a show that hasn't had Roll20 be used in it.
I think we may have had one game where we didn't roll, but yeah, very rarely. And we had
there's
a
some we haven't
tabletop game
rolled.
that we did.
There've been some that we've played in Roll20 because with cards, and we've still drawn the cards in that.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point there's something we've done where like
There has been a game where we were meant to roll and we only rolled once. And I think it was Bentham who rolled at the end of an episode or something, and it was Monster Hearts or something.
No, in
we did
Monster Hearts,
we did a board
we were in
game
Roll20
at
and other
Roll20.
people were rolling, but for 3 episodes I didn't roll, and I only rolled in the final episode. It was a couple times.
Yeah.
And
We've never ever not used it. We've never strayed from the course. Okay.
It's true. It's true.
We've
We've
Right,
never
I use
used
it when I
something else
sleep.
in its place. That's what more so should be the thing.
Yeah. And now that we're sponsored, you can no longer
We
trust
did
our
do a
opinion, but you
divinity
can
thing that
trust-
didn't
that
use
was a bad
Roll20.
time to interrupt me.
Sorry. But Pavel's right. We did have a divinity thing that didn't use the Roll20.
Oh, that's
That's true.
right. We did. Yeah,
And-
we did Divinity.
And we did
That
a
was Forces.
tabletop game. Like that was a tabletop game
Yeah.
that didn't
Okay,
have roll.
any tabletop RPGs, we've done through Roll For It. There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
when
didn't-
played online. There we got it. Yeah, no, you can't trust our opinion now because we're sponsored. You can trust our opinion for all the time before we were sponsored, in which we were still using Roll20 the entire time because it's incredibly convenient. And you could check out the Twitter. We sometimes the pin tweet usually has stuff about giveaways that are going on with RPG books you can get on Roll20 for free by winning the things.
We'll have
and
some
all that
more
kind of
stuff
thing.
coming up. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes looking.
That's all the thing. The one
As
last
opposed to
thing
your
is talk
feet looking, which is what I prefer.
The one last thing is to talk about Mage, which maybe E would want to do.
Mage! Play the teaser.
Okay.
It's like, what?
A little different than all the rest. A quite old-fashioned, wear a hat, sometimes great chest.
It's a teaser. We did
There
it.
you go.
Teaser.
Mage, it's using a homebrew rule system based on the VTM 5e system. So taking the 5e system, be like, what if Mage wasn't a 700-page rulebook? And maybe if it used a more simple system similar to the V5 system. And I ported the two, and I made them have a love child, and it is now improved. It now has more mechanics rather than just the basic mechanics. And I even went so far as to make a sheet. And that's all that stuff. And I have practice games and stuff that we're working on tonight.
Feel free
So-
to hire him. You know,
Oh no,
to
I think
make
I will
new
cry tears
campaigns.
of blood if I have to look at that code again. In
He's
fairness,
definitely having a struggle bus, but it looks really nice.
it is held together by glue and string and tape. If you look at the code, I apologize. I got fed up halfway through and I started hard coding all of my CSS because I was like, I am fed up of trace routing, how this is broken. So I'm going to hard code it. So that's how bad it got. Anyway, that is a thing. We're happening on the 14th. I'll be running for 12 episodes. It is going to be really, really good. And it's definitely going to be pushing the boat out a little bit because of certain things that will become more apparent. Basically, if you're at all interested in World of Darkness or Roll For It or Mage or things that are going to be pushing the boat a little bit, if you've ever liked anything by Christopher Nolan, that's maybe going to be your cup of tea.
I keep hearing weird things about this, and
What time is that on Sunday? does that start
Saturday, the 14th
Saturday.
at
14th.
6 p.m. GMT, 10
a.m.
a.m.
We're not in
PDT, BST, no, 6 p.m. UK, 10 a.m. in Cali. There you go.
So same time that we start here on
Yes.
Saturday.
It's same time
Exactly.
everywhere on all Roll for It. We
I
start
might
at the
be
same
able to
time
catch that,
for all of our
actually.
shows.
There you go. And I'm consistently poking and posting little things in the Saturday Mage on Discord. So if you're hanging out there, enjoy. Also, if someone wants to start like clipping bits of Bentham's face every now and again, every time I talk about Mage, because he gets more and more worried, it's hilarious. Someone better make that a GIF. Anyway, that's Mage. Also, if you can tell people, because we did have a 2-week break between Mage and any other content, there hasn't been a Saturday show. So if you want to do the retweets of the teaser, or tell people, or post in forums and stuff, because Mage should get more love, and it's gonna be the next thing that, you know, Paradox work on after Werewolf. And I'm like, no, but Mage, give me the Mage. So anyway. What's next?
Probably the shilling.
The shilling!
Patreon.
Okay, now for the shilling, Bentham.
God damn it. Okay. Yeah, the way that Rover is able to do all the cool stuff that it does, we have many cool shows and many cool people on those shows, and we are funded thanks to your support on Patreon. There's a whole bunch of different tiers that give a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. We have character sheets, enemy character sheets, other secret GM things, occasionally polls where you can vote on things that GMs will make happen in the world. Sometimes we do interviews of GMs and cast as well. You can also submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins recap the month and talk about all the shows that went on, all that kind of thing. And also, if you're super awesome and a little bit crazy, you can support at Legend tier, where you get to support an episode every month and take part in a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. Just an offline one shot that you get to be part of, no cameras or anything like that. You can also support us on Twitch as well. You can do the Twitch things. You can become a subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs. You can drop us bits which appear in the cup, and you can do a physics with that. You can also give us tips. They appear on the screen and read them at the end of the shows. Thank you for being awesome. And on YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, Patreon supporter, let you join the Discord. There's a whole bunch of different rooms for all the different things. A room for every game that we've currently got going, and a couple that we don't. And a bunch of other stuff in there too, like the roleplay room, and the looking for group and the games room, and also we've got the wiki room where people organize working on the wiki, and we always appreciate people adding more things to that. And we also just appreciate you being here. You don't have to support us if you don't have the means. If you just show up, that's already really helpful. You make the numbers go up and the algorithms go burr on the websites, put us in more visible places probably. That's usually how it works.
You can also support us, if you don't have the means, with the memes.
You can. We do appreciate memes. Memes are cool.
I believe we have released the character art to the wiki, and people have started using it to make memes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mm.
Oh, I forgot I have emotes now. I'm gonna get them redone a little bit, but I've got yes.
You can also help us out by pressing all the buttons around the player that you happen to be watching this in, which is always appreciated. That usually helps out too. And clip stuff too. You can do that on Twitch or YouTube now. When cool stuff happens, hit the clip button, and then you have a clip, and then we might use it in a compilation or something.
And if you're a $10,000 Patreon tier subscriber as well, Cobalt will come to your house and make you breakfast. Not really. That's disclaimer. That's not really gonna happen. It'd be pretty cool.
I'd be down with adding something like that. I just got to check how much a plane ticket is.
I can only make mac and cheese.
We got to
for
work
breakfast.
out if it's profitable.
Well, it depends on where you're going.
Oh.
But across the sea, it could be like, $1,200.
Yeah.
Everything
Everything's
froze for
frozen?
me for a second there. That's not good. That's
Uh-oh.
interesting. Everything but Cobalt froze. Cobalt's still going. Everyone else is frozen.
The Cobalt obviously has dots in the
Cobalt
time
hacks.
That's
Cobalt's
a new
taking
one.
over.
That's a
Yeah.
new one. Okay.
That's
Got
weird,
good
because
taste.
that's not a local camera. But if it was non-local
Let
cameras...
me just no, that didn't reinitialize it. Hang on. That's the wrong thing.
No, I think your zoom... disable the zoom grab, turn the zoom grab back on.
There we go. It's back. Yep. Did it.
Oh, has it back? There we go. The hook must. But why? Why was Cobalt?
Like I was moving a window
maybe the
around
latest
and then
one.
everything minimized. So it,
Oh, I hate that.
But why did it still grab
Hate it.
Cobalt?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Cobalt is
The mysteries
omnipresent.
of the
Chase.
universe.
They're all like literally the zoom windows are all just duplicate inputs that are edited. So I don't know why one of them worked and the others didn't. It was fascinating. But everything's working again now. We're fine. Everything's fine here now. How are you?
Good.
Great.
Also, I was done basically. So yeah. We can
Okay,
start.
in which case, if you're done, we have the recap of what happened last time and the vague run up until now. So I think I will handle this one because it's going to be a saga. Upon going to the city of Near-Death, Perrin and Arena were like, oh, let's go visit, like, all your parents, Perrin, because you're from here. Admittedly, it got conquered 8 years ago by a foreign power, and you're probably still salty about that, but let's go have a look and see how your parents are doing. Oh, turns out your parents are involved in the resistance. Let me put on music for this. Is there, like, a resistance music? No? Okay, I'll just
To
play
be
whatever.
fair, we kind of thought they were involved in something.
Probably,
fishy.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, what are your parents doing? Well, my dad is at a pub that really sounds very much like a resistance headquarters and is probably not very subtle. And my mum, oh, it turns out she's actually infiltrated the Conquerors, the Lemurian Legion, and like she is now killing people and taking names, whatever. At which point, Perrin was like, everyone simmer down, calm down, don't do a rebellion. It's a terrible idea, you'll die, even though I really want to. So some did. The radical elements didn't, which means the radical elements were no longer reined in, and so the radical elements did a radical. And because of that, they went and they released zombies into the inner city, which kept spreading and multiplying. The team declined to stop them instantly, and then realized what they'd done, tried to stop the zombies, it was too late, had to run away. The zombies got into the inner city, at which point chaos ensued, and due to some really poor rolls on behalf of the zombies, like really poor, they didn't spread very much, and they were eventually contained. Now, at this point, there is still like sporadic outbreaks and stuff, but they have put up walls, they've sectioned the inner city, and effectively they are cleaning it bit by bit. The rebellion rose up, being like, aha, this is the time! And because the zombies didn't do a good enough job, the military forces weren't committed, the rebellion promptly got quashed, and the rebellion that Perrin had hoped would maybe do something got obliterated.
Yeah, the airship even too.
The airship they stole got destroyed by the Empress, the Lioness herself, the leader of the Lemurian Empire, who showed up to crush it. And it also failed really badly at bombing the palace. And so last episode, they spent the entire thing in the inn, under a curfew and a lockdown, watching as rebels ran around in the streets and got shot, and having long talks about Perrin, I think you have gone too far, and maybe you are being a little bit too unlawful, or maybe even evil in some senses, possibly a little bit vengeful. I mean, you are a vengeance paladin. Basically, they had an intervention. After the intervention, they also spilled a load of secrets and backstory about how Perrin witnessed the destruction of the Lemurian Empire firsthand, and Skith explained about how he's from a kind of powerful family, and his siblings may or may not have screwed him over somehow, and then he had to flee because they don't like sorcerers, and he was meant to be a wizard, and unfortunately no one said to him, you're a wizard, Skith. He came out as a sorcerer and then got kicked out of the family, effectively, and then sailed away. But with that, you all went to bed after a very long day of chatting. It's also very good RP, I will point out. Is there anything you are doing at night? Specifically, I am again looking at Perrin and being like, is Perrin trying to talk to the Blade?
I think Perrin would try and pop into the blade again because it cracked last time, and he wants to check if that's done anything inside. Still trying to work out if the cracking is a good or bad thing.
Okay.
Don't think it's a good thing.
So as you all go to bed, Perrin, you lay down, and as you think about the blade and start to drift off, you once again find yourself just suddenly inside. There's no change of consciousness. There's no slipping into like sleep and waking up again. You just suddenly are alert, completely with it, inside a kind of gray, misty environment with a metal floor. But as you look around, there is a small line, like a hairline crack, just running through reality in here. Like a phone screen where you put like a tiny crack in it and you can kind of see it from certain angles, but it is just running through reality. Like there is no, it's not on the floor, it is just there, running even through the sky and the mist. Regardless of what you put in the way, like if you go behind one of the ruined buildings, you can still see it.
Oh, it's just a crack in all of existence. Cool. Okay, all right. Perrin just kind of looks at it for a minute and then starts looking around for someone to talk to and ask about what happened.
Okay, who do you want to look for?
I think he's just gonna start walking and see who he stumbles into.
Have you got anyone in mind that you'd prefer to, or is it just whoever you want to meet generally?
Yeah, it's just whoever I stumble across, because like anyone could have more or less insights on what this crack is.
Demon.
Roll me a d3.
Its goal is just to make us all evil by the end of this campaign.
The demon's just entertaining.
I mean, that's really low-hanging fruit, to be honest. At this stage.
1.
One.
Okay.
It's probably good to get those out of the way now, right?
As you just walk forwards, trudging, looking for someone, in front of you, coming through the mist, as it parts, is the red, bloated form of the toad demon who got entrapped in here.
Oh, excellent.
The Nurgleth!
Warden, you visit again.
See, something's gone wrong with the everything. Any ideas what happened with that? Did you see it?
It has been forming for days. Free me and I will tell you more.
Yeah, that's not how that's gonna work.
It was worth a try.
You gonna give me anything?
What do you care to know? And what will you offer me in bargain?
I want to understand this prison that I am the unintentional jailer of a little bit more.
Unintentional. It was your friend who struck me down and placed me in here. This is maybe too energetic.
It's very like intense music.
Yeah.
Like
There we go.
I will say you are the one being which was slain with the sword, with knowledge vaguely of what the sword does. I don't lose any sleep over that one.
A fair assessment. But I wish to go back to my plane. What if I promised you to tell you everything I could know about this place? In exchange, I would return to my own plane for the duration of your life, and not set foot upon your realm.
That deal's too good to be true. Both of those things are good things from me. That doesn't make sense.
You have the power here. I'm in your blade. The good part for me would be I would be released.
I can't trust you to keep to your word on something like that, and it seems to me like there's a lot
Feel
missing
free
here.
to make a religion or arcana roll if you want.
Okay. Make a religion.
I want to be like more like insight to see if we can actually trust him.
You
I
could
think
make
it's
an insight
about
as well. That's
understanding
slightly
the
different.
lore related to the situation. 16.
Yeah.
16. Okay, yeah. A Nurglid is a devil. There's a big difference between devils and demons. While they're both fiends. Demons, to paraphrase, demons will fuck you over every chance they get. Devils are the ones who make contracts and then keep to the contract, and maybe try and find a way to screw you over in the contract, but they will keep to their word. If you can make a deal with one, they will keep to their word. They might screw you over afterwards, but...
But
Okay, so I'll
keep to the
say-
word very
My
specifically of the
word will be
contract,
held.
to be fair.
It's like an
Does
evil
it-
genie.
So far, this deal doesn't sound like it has much in it for you.
I would get to leave here.
If your freedom is contingent on me understanding more about this prison that you can tell me, then why aren't you just telling me?
You would have no reason to free me. You've said that I am the only one here that you wish to keep contained.
Ah, I see.
Your word. And I will return the favor. I will pledge my word that I will not set foot upon your realm if you free me until your life ends. In exchange, I will also tell you everything I know currently, and I will make attempts to find out what I can back in my world.
You don't need to set foot in my world to wreak havoc on it.
That is true. It
Well, you've
severely
been-
limits things.
You've been trapped in this sword for a long time, and your creations are still causing horrific destruction in my world.
And I made a bargain. I upheld my end of the bargain.
It was a terrible bargain. Shouldn't have made it.
Maybe for you, but I made the bargain with someone else. And I upheld my end. What they do with what I give them is their prerogative. You would
Does
not
not
blame
absolve
the
you of
blacksmith
guilt.
for the sword that kills you.
I can blame the blacksmith a little bit if someone comes up to him asking for a sword to kill people with and he gives them that sword.
Does your sword not kill people?
Yes, but it's about who and why. Husks are never good.
And I am morally flexible.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You demand that everyone conform to your way of life and your morals. I let people live the life they want. I just bargain for it.
I demand that people not facilitate mass slaughter, which is what you did. And you knowingly did it.
And you slaughter.
I attempt to fight for good. You
Good
make no
is
such
relative.
attempts.
I aid those in need. Their needs might be different to what you prefer, but that's your moral position. We stray from the point. I will tell you what I know of this place. I have been in here a long time. I will leave this place, and when I get back to where I come from, I will find what I can to tell you this place.
Can't help but notice that the gap exists in that wording between you leaving this place and arriving at your own.
I will leave this place, and immediately, as soon as I am able, return to my own.
I appreciate the clarification.
I am able to transit from your plane of reality in the material back to mine at will. If you were to free me into your world, I would immediately cross over.
I'll consider it.
Very well.
For now,
Lord.
your term is not served.
Then what I know stays sealed.
See you later. Perrin just turns around and leaves.
Okay. You got another intention? Or do you want to just leave?
He wanders for a bit longer to see if he bumps into one of the others.
Do you have a particular one in mind, or...
Nah, again, he's just gonna see what happens. Because, like, I don't know whether I'll get more from Commodus or from that poor human who's having a bad time.
Okay, roll me a d3.
But if I just bump into the demon
You just
again,
run into Nurglet again.
like, we
yeah.
meet again. Like, oh, god damn it. 3.
3. Okay. As you go through, a huge man wrapped in chains being suspended, you bump into Commodus, the man who was trapped inside your sword after you lent it to Sir Gallant, your mortal enemy, because of reasons. It's a long story. He is still there. He is sweat furrowed on his brow, and he appears to be concentrating. Make me an insight roll.
Okay.
Twenty-two. Okay, while he outwardly appears just to be concentrating and you see sweat on his brow, if you, like, stare and focus really hard, you notice that every muscle in his body is currently, like, pulling incredibly hard. While the chains just seem to be taut and normal, they're actually under immense load right now. He is pulling on them with all of his fury and strength. He does not even notice you.
I'm gonna just watch for a second and like look at where the chains are going, see if I can infer anything about what he's doing. Like, it might just be the normal struggling against the chains, but maybe there's something weird.
You hear a very slight groan of metal under immense load.
Commodus.
Yes, Perrin.
The sword cracked. You can see the effects of it in here.
I
Any
am
idea what it
holding
means?
it together. I asked you for assistance in this matter.
Holding what together?
This place. It is a link. A link that must be held.
Saying if this crack is allowed to open, this plane might separate from the material plane?
I do not know. I just know it must be held. The blade that you gave to slay me with. Just... I know instinctively that I must fight.
Do you think if you fail, you might be lost forever or destroyed? Or do you think you might be freed? I guess not that second one, or you wouldn't be fighting it.
I am not the wielder of this blade. Maybe you should ask yourself those questions.
I'll see what I can do. I'm trying to understand.
Find out soon, Warden. Even my strength has limits.
If I do learn that the crack in the blade will ultimately mean that you're freed, I will make sure to tell you that you don't have to keep holding it together.
Some things are more important, Perrin. This may be one of them.
What do you mean?
I just know that this must be held.
Alright, I'll do what I can to learn more about how this place works.
He doesn't reply. He goes back to just staring kind of at the ground in front, like pulling as close.
It's
as
just no
possible.
good thing where Perrin's just like, I guess I'll leave you to it. I'm gonna just turns and leaves.
Perrin will betray.
Did he call me a betrayer?
Yeah, he did.
He was like, it was his idea to use the sword in the first place. He brought it on himself.
Any intention next?
I think Perrin's gonna leave at that point. Like, I think he's got all the insight he's gonna give. Like, the crack is being held closed by the people pulling the chains, and that is very, very important to them. Possibly because the sword makes it important to them, but maybe also just because they might die if they don't. And Perrin's sneaking suspicion is that he may need to reap a soul to repair the blade.
That's what I think. Personally, I think it wants more souls.
Okay.
And if it
Well-
doesn't get used, because how long has it been since we've used it? Well, I guess Commodus is in it, so it hasn't been that long. How long has that been? Like a week? 2 weeks.
Instead of being
Couple
freed
days.
from the tree for about a week or so, because you had the whole mission where you went down to the Gold Dragon.
Yeah.
But
So it's been about
it has been a few months since you pulled it out of the tree in the first place.
true.
But it did survive hundreds of years in the tree.
Ooh, can you put
Mhm.
the calendar date on the thing
Yeah.
again? We should start off every episode with that because I think that's
Mhm.
cool. No date is.
It is the 21st of Fullmoot. And it is Sun's Day, which is also Skiff's funeral.
I wanted to add it to my notes. That's why.
I made
Well,
loads of fancy
this
things.
is actually the 20th because this is the night before the 21st, right?
Well, you went to bed late, so it is into the
Okay.
21st. Yeah, it's the night
Okay.
between the 20th and 21st.
Okay.
So as soon as you decide to be out the sword, you're asleep. Like, you will come to consciousness in the morning, and you'll be like, time has passed like you normally do when you sleep, but you remember being starkly awake and then groggily waking up. It's a very strange shift.
Is it getting
Ah.
easier over time to like pop into and out of the sword? Because I know originally I was just kind of appearing there, and now I'm like, I'm gonna go visit the sword. Boop.
Yep.
You
Definitely, if you think about that, you're like, actually, yes, I don't need to forcibly try to enter the sword anymore. I can just do it.
And makes a mental note.
Also, now you think about it, when you were looking for people before, it's actually quite difficult to find people. Now you just want to see someone and you kind of bump into them with a few hundred meters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You wake up in the morning. Skiff has not been murdered. Arena has still got blueprints everywhere.
Okay.
I cast
was gonna
false
ask.
light
I was
a
like,
bunch of
that's what I
times
would
till
be
have
doing.
extra.
Is blueprinting stuff, and then
Yeah.
she probably
You got
falls asleep.
one day done, I think, yesterday, right?
Yeah, you gave me
a day
like
worth of
one-
blueprints.
Yeah, one plus one AC towards it.
So, what's the plan for today? Skiff's funeral is scheduled for 11 a.m.
We're gonna go to a funeral.
Mm.
I think Arena is gonna eat some food, and then head to the funeral. And
I guess
probably
as-
roll really poorly on my acting skills because Arena's not very good.
I guess as we're eating in the morning, Perrin's gonna be like, so do you think we should go just stand amongst the main group? We could observe from a distance. We could split it. Some people do that, some people do the other.
Are we all together now?
Yeah,
I've never
obviously,
been
like
to
at breakfast.
Never been to a funeral where I was faking being at the funeral, so I will look at you for this one, Perrin.
I think
We
it's
could-
best if I stand back quite a bit and watch from the distance
That makes
under
sense.
disguise.
Do you think they would be able to see through your disguise?
It's not impossible. That's why it's better if I stay further back, I think, and observe.
Yeah, the more out of the way you are, the less likely they are to spot if they're looking or to think to look. We can be part of the larger group. It makes some sense. And then we've got both bases covered. Skith can watch for anyone doing anything, anyone lurking around, just confirming death kind of deal. We can keep an eye on any of the closer people, more likely to be our family, who might be like trying to determine the state of a corpse. Wait, is there a corpse? What are we burying?
I'm not sure. The little one, Pietro, is the one who set this up.
Okay, sorry, what do you want to know about the fake funeral I set up for you?
As a tiny dwarf pangolin, who is now sentient for some reason, pipes up from the end of the table. I assume at this stage, because you've been at the tavern for so long, they've set up a little stepladder at the end of the table, and he kind of just sits on the table, on a little box.
Oh, got a little kitty.
Well, we're not. Well, So we're not really
You're a
burying
monk.
anything?
Oh.
So it's
there-
not an open casket?
No.
Did you
Is,
say
is
that
there
he
a
was,
closed casket?
Yes.
or maybe an urn? Because sometimes people like to be. their
Well,
ashes.
I did research in the issue satrapy. They generally do something to the bodies, and then the skeletons are taken home and displayed. And
Oh.
for Blue Dragonborn, they electrocute the corpse until all the matter is fried off of it, and then they just display the bones. So I can't do that, so I just had a closed casket thing.
I think that's for Dragonborn that are perhaps still part of the sheer satrapy as well.
Exactly.
Not-
That was like, sure, it'll work.
That's a point, yeah, because they've disowned you. They won't want your bones.
No, they did.
Unfortunately
spare
not.
the bones.
Arena's like intrigued by this.
Like, in hallways and stuff of your ancestors or whatever. I mean, makes sense. You put up pictures of, like, your granddad and so on.
Yeah, but we
Yes, it's quite a
Display their
magnificent
bones.
sight. It's like revisiting your family all over again.
Do you keep them all in like one space together, or do they have? Are they just like hanging around?
Yes, it's like a tomb, like a tomb,
Oh.
but with bones.
Okay, that makes more sense. There have been many civilizations who have done things like that.
I was now just thinking like Weekend of Berniesing with like Skiff's ancestors. And, like doing like dogs playing cards but with the skeletons of Dragonborn.
That's great.
I'm not even sure who will show up at my funeral. I don't know too many people here.
We will find out who cares about you. Obviously, we're going.
Great. I
Um,
wonder if there's a building overlooking the funeral that I can watch from a window.
It's a little secluded place with some nice tree cover. I found a really nice grave for you and I picked it out myself. I did have a really hard time because the groundskeeper kept chasing me away saying I was a rodent. I'm not! I'm a specific family not related to rodents.
Yes.
Should have been more understanding.
Yeah. Anyway,
I must say, I
it's
do
nice
feel a
plot.
little bad having a funeral with all these other corpses popping up the last few days. But I guess first come, first serve.
I mean, I guess we
Ultimately,
could always
we'll-
be like, we didn't use the grave, someone else can have it afterwards or something.
Ultimately, it will help
We'll
us.
pay for it.
It will
Okay.
help us in the overall goal to restore the honor of your family.
Hmm. Yeah, there's only one thing that will do that, I think.
Crime.
It might not be completely lawful. But then again, I don't think throwing me out was either.
Yeah. Ultimately, they were wrong to reject you simply because the gods chose a different class for you. Because their ring that broke. You should blame the ring.
I don't see how wizards' magics are any better than my own anyway.
I mean, they get a lot more
Exactly.
spells to pick from.
Yes, but they have to do all of that studying.
And they can do ritual casting.
Fine.
Oh, but you get the meta magic. That's really cool.
Mm.
From the perspective of a northern commoner, it does seem odd that a family of magic-loving dragonborn decided to reject one of their family members because they were a sorcerer. You know, magic. Ultimately,
Yes.
it's splitting hairs for no good reason anyway. But even if you were a barbarian, you're still, you know, the next in line and all that.
Yes, well, my people are very particular. And I don't know if you've noticed, but we can be rather stubborn sometimes as well, and set in our ways.
So what's
We'll see if we
everyone
can-
wearing?
We can change those ways yet. I'll have to work it out. I mean, I suppose me and Arena will be attending as associate heroes. There's no reason for us to be in any kind of disguise or anything, so probably
mean,
just a slightly more
do you-
somber version of what we're normally wearing.
Yeah, do you have any black? Or is it blue at Dragonborn funerals? Do you wear like the color of the Dragonborn or something?
I don't
Black's
really have a lot
expensive.
of
I've got
gear
some
to
tan.
change.
You know what
I
they
have
say,
tan.
tan's always in fashion.
Yeah, I think I have just regular clothing, and then I have armor. That's like
Yeah, no,
all I have.
If you want
think
to
I've
go
got
out and buy some
commoners.
fine funeral garb suitable for attending the funeral of a noble, you may do so. You might have
can
to
do
be
that.
like, can you get it done this morning?
I
think
don't
we
need
can
it
go
to
to
fit.
armor.
I just give me a standard half-elf size.
I think I can make everybody's
Large.
clothing black for an hour.
Ooh, my armor in black would look sick.
Prestidigitation.
I don't know. Work for
Press
armor?
You make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear on an object or surface for 1 hour.
Yeah, it's a small space though. It'll take you a while to like do your
how
whole.
long-
1
Longer,
cubic foot.
Yeah, you may make a color appear, and it has to be a certain size. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to cover everyone, or even the whole garment.
Yeah.
Might
Like,
be
make the
able
socks
to cover
black.
me because I'm like
yeah.
2.7.
That would be 3
Okay.
prestidigitations
Yeah.
to cover like a coat on you, let alone the
Yeah.
armor. Yeah.
I'm now imagining an extremely rich noble who just has an entourage of low-level magic users who all have prestidigitation, and every now and then he just orders them to cast a new color on his clothes.
You can also buy glamour weave, which is like I think common, which you can like change the look of, and it's just a
That would
leather
make
armor.
more sense than
Yeah.
my idea.
You met someone who had glamour weave. I think it was the bard you met, the tiefling bard, up in near Vihoras. I think she had glamour weave. Someone did.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, do you
I'm
want
just
to
gonna
go
say,
get garb, or are you guys
just
gonna show up as you?
And
think-
we'll get something. We'll go get something.
Like Arena would just show up with her.
I don't need anything because I'm gonna be hiding behind a tree as looking like Perrin's brother.
Like Perrin's still fine for Perrin and Arena,
doesn't
and I guess Pietro if it matches to like appear as ourselves, like recognizably as heroes, but probably have some elements of the outfit that are
Yeah.
more muted than normal.
Well, note that your armor can be worn under clothing, because of the liquid bronze ability. You can wear that under clothing, and you don't take a penalty.
yeah,
you
I
are
do
armed. Like,
already,
it doesn't
but
say
the
people
stuff-
don't know it's there, but you still can totally wear it. That's fine.
Yeah, it's just the stuff I wear is like usually like tan and kind of
Yeah.
grey and stuff. And I've got like a wolf pelt cloak. I should probably get rid of that. And
I mean,
And
you could wear that to a
probably-
funeral.
probably shouldn't bring the reaping blade to a funeral.
You're an adventurer. I think adventurers kind of get like a pass that we like. They are weird. That black is traditional, especially if it follows the Raven Queen. But if you want to take a giant blade, probably still makes sense to be because
I'll leave
adventurer.
the reaping blade behind. I'll take the hilt of Mind Killer, and because I can conceal that. It just feels weird to have to have weapon hilts on view while at a funeral, but Mind Killer can be hidden, so I'll just put that in inside a coat
It's
or
true.
something.
Okay. I mean, if you wanted to just get something quick, you could get like a fine black cloak or something to go over your existing armor.
Oh, that sounds like a good
Yeah,
idea.
that works.
I don't think we need to like completely change out equipment in case something we have to throw down for some reason.
Okay.
Just in case.
Arena will get whatever's recommended. Can
Okay.
we rent? Do we need to purchase?
They probably know better than to rent to adventurers.
Okay.
Your clothing never lasts. But if you're wanting cloaks, they can do them effectively off the rack. If you want off the rack, and if you want fine, I'm trying to find the cost of fine
We're gonna
clothing.
find
It's in here
clo-
somewhere. Fine clothing. Fine. Wine? No. Where's
Fine
clothing? I mean, you could also buy that if you want.
I want some IRL.
Now I want some.
I know, but it's like It's
I mean, it's early for you. It's late for me. Well,
Yeah,
not late,
yeah.
late,
For you,
but yeah.
yeah.
Ugh, I can't find the cost of fine clothing. It's a section called clothing, and I'm like, where is it? It's in roll 20, but it doesn't give a price for it.
15 GP.
Yeah, what page is that?
I don't know. That's what
Okay.
chat Paul was saying.
15 GP. Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, it will be 10 because it's just the cloak for Perrin and Arena,
Yeah.
and it will be like a fine
Few
black,
BBLs
like
is
velvet
15 gold.
cloak. Ah, there we go.
It says a set of clothes is designed specifically to be expensive and to show it, including fancy tailored clothes in whatever fashion happens to be the current style in the courts of the nobles. Precious metals and gems could be worked into the clothing.
If you want, you can get the full set, but you'll have to come back later to like pick it up after they tailor it. But they'll let you take the cloak now. If you want the full set.
It'd be kind of cool to have a set of clothes. Like, we don't have nice clothes. It might be nice to have them for other things.
And this would be trimmed in black, right? Or would you want just a black cloak and you could get the actual clothing in a different color?
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't
Okay.
know either.
You go into
Black
the tailor
and
shop.
gold.
This woman shows
Blingin'.
up going,
And we could black and
hello.
gold.
Black and gold? That would very much suit you. I can imagine like a lovely black cape and gold weave worked into the outfit. Very much in style. What about you, sir?
Well, we're going to a funeral, so whatever you
Gold is maybe a
suggest,
bit
I imagine-
ostentatious for a funeral. How long until the
black
funeral?
would make sense. I'm not quite sure about the gold element.
How long until your funeral takes place, sir?
It's around about an hour.
We could maybe do in one of the hems on the cloaks to get it for your height, but the rest wouldn't be ready for at least a few days.
A cloak is fine.
Okay, what color would you like? I assume black for the funeral.
Yes.
Would you like the rest of the attire to also be in black, sir?
Yeah, black and silver doesn't sound bad for a funeral either.
Black will do.
Black and black.
You know, I don't intend to attend more funerals, but it might happen. I guess there might be some white in there as well.
She like looks you up and down. I don't suppose you have levels in Warlock, do you?
Yes.
Right,
did
that
you know
explains that. Black and black tends to be something we get mostly from Warlocks or rogues, and you don't look like a rogue.
There is one color I know to associate with funerals, and it's black. I don't know what else I'm supposed to.
True, but the most of it wouldn't be ready for the funeral. You are aware of that, sir?
Yes, do you have any recommendations?
For after the funeral, for the rest of it.
But for the rest of it, if I guess
well,
if it's more for general, if we end up going to.
What? Tell me
social
about your
functions
group
or
then.
having to appear in some court for, you know.
Well, what is your group? Do you have a color theme or a scheme for your band?
Oh, we should
Like
come
look
up
at
with a
Arena like,
color scheme.
do we have?
Arena's eyes light up. She's like, we should come up with a color.
You don't have a branding for your group. What's your
Well,
group name?
It's Dragon Punch.
Right. Well, that's a good name, but is it based after a particular event or a single dragon? We could base it off the color of that dragon. We could even get a dragon embroidered or a fist embroidered on the back.
I'm afraid the
The
dragon
dragon
was,
was-
I believe, black on black in the Shadowfell.
It was a shadow dragon.
We could do a black logo on a black fabric. We'd use a
But to
different
be
texture
fair,
with a bit
was
of shine
the
to
son
it.
of a gold dragon, so maybe we could do black and gold
It could
actually
be black and gold.
with
I think Arena is bugging
Okay.
out a little bit right now.
Yeah.
I'm bugging out.
She's like talking real fast, like, oh, we could do black and gold, we could do this, we could do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
what?
Maggie, check your VPN or if anyone's downloading anything big.
Everything
Stop
is good on my
downloading
end.
RAM.
No, Maggie. For everyone else, you're at like 1 FPS. Well, if you want gold, we can work in a gold weave kind of thing and a bit of embroidery around on a black uniform with a black cloak.
It doesn't need to all be black. I just don't know what else to suggest because we don't have a color scheme.
Well, typically you'd pair it with a more saturated or a brighter color. You can do a gold with it, but gold is better for accents rather than entire outfit, unless you want to be very loud and brash.
Gold is a little much, yeah. Could do blue.
Black and blue is classic.
I'm not opposed. It would make for some nice matching between the three of us.
Okay, and what's your gnome friend think about it?
I'm fine with it. I don't know. My internet is fine. I have 800 down.
You were
It's
fine
totally
now.
fine
You
now.
went for about 30
But
seconds.
something was going
Yeah, I
on
don't
for a
know.
minute.
No one else is home. So I don't know.
Mysterious. Someone's hacking in.
I'm just here doing this. That's it.
Is there a van outside labeled flowers?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So, black cloak with blue main uniform with little black accents. Maybe a kind of a black on black dragon motif if you want.
We don't have to do black on black for. I feel like
I think
I
that's
get
a
the
subtle
idea,
way to
but-
get something in if you want.
we could incorporate maybe some silver. That might work well with the black probably.
Silver is an embroidery
Maybe.
on a very blue and black. Works very well.
What do we think? Perrin's looking at the others like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
It is a bit colder, more calm, kind of like a very official kind of formal kind of color. Some people tend to go for the more warm colors. They kind of evoke a lot more dynamic sort of emotional vibes. But if you want to go with the more professional or like noble look, blues tend to be much more associated with nobility.
What if we do the black, the blue, and gold together?
Gold does work. It tends to be not paired with blue so much, but it can work. I can make that work for you.
And Perrin's like, I mean, that might clash a bit, but listen. I grew up in a village. I'm very out of my depth here.
Oh.
I think silver probably works better than gold, but it does end up being cold, I guess. I think this would just be formal
Okay.
wear. I think we'd just be
Whatever you
wearing
say.
this while in, rich company, sort of thing.
Right.
And funerals.
Are you planning on tending many?
No, but you don't often get to choose with those things.
True. Whose funeral are you tending?
It's a friend of ours, a hero that we spent a little time with.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, put it this way. I can get you the cloaks now if I take your measurements and I just turn the edges up. And then you can bring them back and I can do embroidery on the edges at a later date if you want to put the money down. And I can sort the rest of your clothes afterwards. I've got your measurements now.
That'll do.
Okay. I assume you want to
Was
get
the whole
skiffs on at the same
conversation happening
time.
while they were like going around with a tape measure? I'm like, silver maybe.
Oh, this entire
Excellent.
conversation is being
Perfect,
where you're like
perfect.
T-posing, and Arena's
Yeah, no,
already
this is great.
T-posed. Now
Perrin
it's
is
like eating a
like
muffin
so
or something.
lost. He's like, I grew up. My village didn't have these colors. They didn't exist.
Okay. If that's
I'm fine
okay
with that,
with.
whatever. I gave my opinion, but I'm fine with whatever. It's just close.
I mean, they said they'll do you the cloak right now, and you can always make a decision on the rest, and then tell them tomorrow, and they'll make it in a few days. So,
Whatever works for me.
okay, and
We can
they
do
will make a
that.
they'll make a set for Skiff as well, and
Who's
it'll be
outside
15
the
gold.
door?
Yeah, provided they get your
So-
measurements, that's fine.
Remove that from our.
Yeah,
our
45 gold in
monies.
total.
Okay.
This is considered fine, so it's good enough to be like go to a noble event or whatever. Bear in mind that it isn't exquisite. It's not like I am royalty. This is I can hang out with the well-off people. It's like I have a tux. But if you take it to the royalty, they'll be like, oh, is that from a shop? Kind of level.
It's not custom made.
Yeah. Like, oh, what's the line from Firefly? Oh, it looks like you bought it in a store.
So
Okay.
what is this called? Is it like fine clothes or?
Fine clothing.
Fine clothing, yeah.
A set of fine clothing. It is a full set of fine clothing, but yes, fine clothes.
And it's gonna be black.
What are the colors of the Chosen Knights? The colors of the Chosen Knights are red and silver with gold.
So we're blue, silver, and black.
Yes, you have kind of, if you are going with that color scheme, it does put you in direct opposition to them. Okay, so with that, you get your cloaks. Even the Skith has a cloak if you want to wear it at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. I can wear a cloak.
Okay.
As well.
I will add to the calendar a date for when
The clothes will be ready.
clothes will be ready.
Cool.
Add birthday. I like the fact that on my events I have Perrin's birthday, Arena's birthday, Skiff's funeral. Fine clothes ready. And then that'll be
Fancy.
full moot 23, 2 days.
Our 3 colors will be bronze, silver, and gold. So ugly.
There you go. Your fine clothes will be ready on Thursday.
Cool.
Okay. So,
When
Any
we walk out
plans,
the store,
or-
Perrin's like, it's like another world. All the colors were so bright in there.
You should have seen the shops in the sheer ass satrapy.
It's true, I imagine colors an important part of your culture.
Yes,
Where I grew up, everything was tan. That's what you could get.
I could tell. You seem drawn to gray and brown and tan. As
It's
far as your
cheap.
equipment.
Less than 15 gold for one.
Yes, it looks quite sturdy.
The kind of thing that we would value. Fine
I guess
clothes
I
would
won't
just
wear
get
the
muddied.
helmet then of my armor. I'll like, so I can put the cloak over. Or is it not a hooded cloak?
it's fine. So it probably wouldn't be a hooded cloak. It's like the kind of thing you'd wear to a like a thing or whatever. But you can wear it on the armor, and it like adventurers are weird. Adventurers don't tend to like take armor off and stuff. So it's not unusual. It's unusual, but it's not unheard of for an adventurer to show up to funeral in full armor.
Yeah, you could just like take it off and tuck it under your arm or something, you know,
Yeah.
during the
Yeah.
there's talking.
Okay. I mean, Arena does look the most out of place because her armor is now super bulky and spiky. She looks like a death ball.
Yeah.
Are you taking Corvid Bot? And what is your setup? Do you have UARC and stuff?
Probably do take cover back because if we're traveling there, I'm gonna ride. And I guess if I'm in my combat setup, I would
Okay.
not have.
Okay, so you're in combat setup.
Yeah, I'm not in tower combat. I'm just in regular combat because we weren't planning on going into a tower today. But I don't know what's happening, so I would prefer to have all my combat stuff.
Yeah, we want to be prepared
do
for
you-
Yeah.
sure, just in case.
Perrin would suggest the psychic crystal for this, just so that we could communicate secretly if we spot anything weird.
Oh, also, Pietro told the shop staff that he'd be back with money for down payment on a small outfit.
So does he have a tiny black cloak?
He does now have a tiny black cloak.
Excellent.
Oh, that's
Now
cute.
the graveyard keeper won't shoo him away.
Exactly.
I'd have to get rid
I
of
need to have a
something. Do
tiny
you have an
spot
extra slot for the?
I can have
Attunement?
it in place of the reaping blade, but its range will be way less with me.
Gotcha.
The thing.
But the Reaping Blade
yeah,
loves you.
because Cobalt is going to be far away.
Yeah.
Sure. I will just not have my repeating shot then.
Okay.
So I'll
No,
just
that's
have
the
my bag
repeating
of
shots
holding
and
and my
infusion.
boots
Do you
of-
need? Those are infusions. The crystal
Sorry,
is attuned.
Cycle. All right.
Yeah, I want to keep my stuff.
I guess
I
I,
mean, I
won't
guess
have
I
my
could
all-purpose
change
tool.
something.
Or which one are you going to drop?
I wish we had 2 of those crystals.
Well, then it would use another attunement slot of yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to tune to it, Cobalt, you can.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like it might be better for you guys since you're going to be up closer to be able to like initiate talking.
Yeah.
What's the range
Hard.
when Arena has it?
Max.
That 120 feet?
Yeah, it's like something like
It's a
that.
lot. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so as long as Skith is within 120 feet, we can all communicate with if Arena has it. And I don't know what intelligence.
Bear in
Skith
mind
has.
that she is to initiate the conversation. If Skith wants to tell her something, he can't.
Yeah.
Remember, it
Oh,
only
I
works
can-
one way and reply.
What's Skith's
I can
intelligence?
message.
Would he get max range on it? Oh, you've got message.
It's 120 feet for message too, so I can trip.
Okay, so in a pinch, you can message Arena, and then Arena knows to start communicating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could be like,
I got a
Call
finger
me.
gunner.
I guess
hey,
I won't.
Skith,
Have
you wanted
my,
me to call you?
I won't have my all-purpose tool then.
Okay, no all-purpose tool today. Sure.
Yeah, I'll unmark that.
Bear in
Alright.
mind that will drop all your spell save DCs by 1. Not that you use
Yeah,
them
I
very
already
much.
have it unmarked. It's
Cool.
I have it as a global cooldown.
Nice.
Or
Okay,
like
good
global
work.
modifier.
In which case,
I'd attune to the thing, but I'm too dumb. I wouldn't be able to communicate with everyone.
Well, you
okay.
can. You'd just be far. Like you don't have as much range.
Hmm.
Right.
So, Skith, everyone else is going to go to the funeral. Where are you going to be?
I'm going to cast Alter Self and change myself into my weird Perrin clone that doesn't quite look like him, but has different hair color.
Okay.
So I'll take that down.
Suddenly, Perrin appears, but with like curly ginger hair.
Yes.
I'm just like, oh,
And
yeah,
a
no,
beard.
I'll stick with my current style.
And there's like maybe like 2 big like beauty spots, like the kind of like in fashion in the Renaissance. And a
That's
handlebar
impressive.
mustache.
We never had a Renaissance.
I'm
It's
talking-
style Perrin.
I'm describing in a way that you will understand, so that your character can understand it in character.
I mean, there
But
probably
sure.
was a Renaissance in the pre-Cataclysm.
There are probably several Renaissances. Renaissance was never a period in real life because it is a period that is specific to a very short time frame in a very specific region of Europe. The Renaissance was never a period. It was late medieval. Or on early industrial. I will die on this hill. Anyway,
He has feelings.
you talk about the Renaissance, what do you mean? Oh, we mean northern Italy, particularly 3 city-states, in this small period of time that was less than like one guy's life. It's like, that's not a
But the
time
fashion
period.
is so cool.
I mean, that's the like late medieval fashion. But okay. Anyway,
That's true. Late medieval fashion is also very cool.
Yes, Luigi Perrin, effectively.
It's a me, Perigi.
Okay, you are going to go to your funeral as. What's your name in this form?
Rick.
Rick. Okay, so you're going to go
Oh,
to
yeah,
the funeral
Rick.
as Rick. You're actually going to go.
You
and
forgot
be
about
there.
Rick? How could you? How
My
I,
dare
I
you?
go-to
didn't know if you
name.
wanted to change the name. So you're going to
I like
to
Rick.
pretend as Rick.
Yes, it's Yep.
Okay.
Behind and I'll post up as far away as I can behind a big tree. That's not 120 feet away, or more than 100.
Okay, so you're going to be in the vicinity, but you are going to be at the funeral.
Yeah, I'm
He's
not
gonna
going
be
to be
creeping
at
in
the
the
funeral. I'm going to be
forest,
I'm going to be
watching.
creeping like the guy with the umbrella, but not really because I don't have an umbrella.
Like, I feel like with funerals, like, I mean, probably not because of the current circumstances, but normally a funeral like this probably has like a gaggle of like commoners who keep a longer distance, but like, you know, we're like, what's going on over there? Some kind of funeral. I wonder who that is.
Okay. I
All
mean,
the close family members are
it's
actually
a
around,
smaller
right?
kind of like more oaky graveyard. There's probably not 120 feet you can see from unless you want to like climb up a building. If you want to climb up a building, you can probably be like 80 feet away or something.
Yeah.
I will climb up a building.
Oh
Okay.
boy. I want to see you climb up a building.
Make me an athletics roll. It rained last night.
Uh-oh.
He's not very good at
It's like,
climbing.
we're
things.
gathered here today in the distance. Boom! Ow!
I need your climbing rope, Perrin.
Oh yeah, we have that.
9.
We have climbing rope.
I don't think I
Uh,
have my rope at the moment, actually. I need to buy another replacement because I lost it again.
Skiv, you begin climbing this like little mausoleum off to the side that's got kind of like on a little bit of a hill. It's got a good view. And as you climb it, it's kind of slick. And as you get to the top, it's only like 10 feet up, and you place your like claws onto the tiles. You're like, no, and you just slide backwards in a very slow motion, like slapstick style, and go slide, bonk. You fall, which means you
you're gonna
take
damage. I think you just needed
2
to hit
points of
10,
bludgeoning damage.
probably.
Yeah. You took 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
And
Silly
10
meat
points
fingers.
of pride damage.
And many points of prey damage. Meanwhile, because everyone was separated from before this, the rest of the group is filing into the actual cemetery. In the cemetery, there is 2 people off to the side dressed in kind of like dull black, but nothing ostentatious. It's not like shiny or embossed or embroidered or anything like that. It's just kind of a dull black. Obviously, they're the gravekeepers. Stepping back, kind of leaving you to your room. There is also a figure who has a kind of several different layers of gray overall with black as well, in a very, as you look, like weird eclectic mix of faiths. You can see symbols from many of the different gods, and a very wide hat that covers them from the occasional drops of rain. And as they look up, it looks like a kind of like a short dwarf woman.
You are present. We begin.
And starts intoning prayers as soon as you start walking forwards. And you notice that as they begin talking, they're beseeching all the gods. And this graveyard appears to be like non-denominational. It is dedicated to all different gods and so on. Pietro kind of like peeps in next to you and is like,
So I didn't know who Skith worshipped. So I got a non-denominational cleric. In a non-denominational graveyard.
That's fine, it's not real. I don't think he'll be upset.
Don't tell them that. They take pride in their work.
but as it begins, a figure walks into the graveyard with 2 smaller ones in attendance. One has like a huge parasol up, kind of protecting them from the rain, and the other one off to the side is kind of whispering and taking notes in a book. And as you kind of take note of this, you notice that the one in the middle, who is walking purposefully towards you, is a dragonborn. Bronze, kind of dark scales, little spectacles, head kind of up. The 2 people off to the side are both human. Very much dressed in much more plainer clothes, but while plain in appearance, do appear to be very fine quality.
This is the funeral of Skith, I assume.
It is.
Good, I am not too late. Excuse me, Clack, carry on.
Arena's gonna eye them up.
Okay. I mean, feel free to make an insight roll if you want.
An insight?
I'll give it a go as well.
Never.
I don't need to
Nat-
bother because...
Nat 20, 21.
Okay.
I'm like,
21.
I'm not very
It's the
insightful,
11.
but apparently I care about this situation.
Okay, 21. This is someone who is officially here. Like, they have a very, like, they're keeping their posture correct because it's not just they are here for, like, a personal reason. It's very much they are here representing someone or something. You can tell that instantly by just the way they hold themselves. The 2 flunkies off to the side, who also, while you look at them and, like, they do appear to be servants, also both are armed. The one who's taking notes does have a wand in a holster just behind the hip that's well hidden, and the other one appears to have an arm blade that you can just about see under the like actual like hem of the shirt. And
Do I see any symbols on them in any way?
make a perception roll based off of that, because you could look for the symbol based off of that. You might
Okay.
see it. You don't see
Yikes.
the symbol, I'm afraid.
Nat 1.
No.
I went from a nat 20 to a nat 1. That's great. It's a 5.
You don't see a symbol, but like this is someone representing someone or something, presumably quite powerful. The cut of the clothing is finer than the clothing you just bought by a good margin. And you do see the odd gem here or there, just very subtle, but when you see them, you notice that the clarity on those gems is very good. Like this is someone
I
who
do like
has
gems.
Yeah.
I'm a jeweler. Okay.
But they just stand there just watching. And the way they watch, you notice there is a disconnect, like they don't particularly care, but they are here for a reason. And there is some satisfaction with doing their job. They seem like, they're not like, oh, I'm crying, I'm mournful. They're like, I'm here because I'm doing a job. I'm satisfied to be here. Like there is some sort of pride in being here.
Okay. Well, I think we know who that might be.
Skith. You can hear people talking over the hedge a distance away as the rain kind of patters down. Do you want to attempt to climb again?
Yes.
Okay. Feel free.
Come on. Oh,
Natural one for 0. Okay. So this time, as you climb up, and you this time, I am not going to fall. You dig your claws in, and as you pull yourself up,
I don't have claws.
you don't have
right
claws.
now.
You have kind of claws that they're not strong enough to actually be the D4 damage claws, but you are Dragon Ball, and they're vestigial. As you kind of pull yourself up.
Well, I mean, I'm transformed into a Perrin.
That is true.
Look-alike.
That is true.
Yeah,
You
he
are
does
Perrin
normally
lookalike.
have claws.
You don't actually have claws. It's not disguise self. It's alter self. You genuinely are humanoid.
That's why I can't climb.
Yeah,
Clearly.
that's why you
You've
can't.
been
You're like,
half-elf
where are my
limbs.
claws? As
used
you
to have
pull
the
yourself
claws.
up and you begin to get up the top, you find a patch that's kind of weird and gives you more grip. You're like, oh, okay. And then you realize that the roof is not quite as sturdy there. And with a crash of some breaking, waterlogged, rotten timber and tile, you fall through into the mausoleum itself.
No.
The rest of you nearby make me perception checks.
No.
Skith, you'll take
Jed's saying it's a good job we've got a coffin
2 damage.
6. I'm too enamored and
Yeah,
paying
you're
attention to
ooh,
this
gems.
other person.
ready. I got a
Perrin,
17.
you do hear a kind of a nearby. It's quite dull, faint. It's 60, 70, 80 foot away.
I try not to react, but also try and see the source.
Yeah,
of
you
the
look
sound.
over and you can kind of see a cloud of dust kind of billowing from the top of a little nearby mausoleum as the rain kind of batters down on the dust and it kind of disappears.
I'll
I think
nudge
oh, go
Arena
ahead.
for a psychic crystal conversation.
Well, Arena was going to say something else to you guys.
Okay,
go
as you
on.
begin to, you can't talk to Skith. You need line of sight to be able to initiate.
Okay. I was going to tell Skith, but I will just tell Perrin then if I can't tell Skith.
I think this is the person they sent.
Definitely seems like it. Also, by the way, I think Skith's run into some trouble over there by the mausoleum. Not bad
Do you
trouble,
think we
but...
need to leave?
No, I just think we're missing out on a vantage point. And the Gravekeeper may be a little bit annoyed.
Right.
Fix his
Arena
mausoleum
will
roof.
try to keep it together.
So as you look up from where you are, Skith, you are now in a mausoleum, lying on the top of a stone coffin. Your back kind of aches and some of your scales are chipped.
Oh yeah, and we knew he took damage as well because of the health ring.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Twice now.
So we just see bleh, oh dear.
Yep. And then you're like, okay, maybe we'll do it this. But God damn it. You
The
also
thing
know it's
about
only
the
2
health
points.
rings is you always know when someone stubbed their toe because they lose 1 hit point while you're just in the inn.
Yeah, we do see the health point. We
Yeah.
do feel that, right?
Yeah. But only 2. So it's not someone trying to kill him, it's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's why Arena's like, should we go? And Perrin's like, no. I'm like, all right.
The funeral continues. Meantime, Skith, you're now on your back in a mausoleum. It's kind of dark in here. You can see the light coming through the hole that you fell through. It's not a huge place.
I will look for, or I'll try to exit the front of it if I
Okay.
can.
Yeah, you go up to the door and it seems to be locked, but there's no key or something. It's probably locked from the outside with a padlock, like a lot of mausoleums are.
Don't make me fireball this door, E.
Don't fireball
We're
the
just-
doors.
we are gathered here today. Boom! Just the nearby mausoleum
We
explodes.
are gathered here today.
Oh, I guess I'll patiently wait
Okay.
until they come find me. For now, I don't want to cause a scene, and I don't want to use my teleport spell on. It seems a little excessive, so I'll just be trapped in the stinky, dusty mausoleum.
Well, we can come help you after.
Yeah.
Why are you pogging?
I'm
What's
concerned
going
about
on
the
over
face
there?
he is making
Yeah.
right now.
Oh,
Oh no.
Skiff.
Who
As
got a
you
nat
stand
20
there-
on perception?
As you stand there, just waiting at the door, kind of peeved, you feel something hit your back and skitter away, just bouncing off your naturally tough hide.
Oh, is it like another
was that?
great?
As you look around behind you, who you hadn't noticed at all, not a word, not a breath, not a footfall, is a halfling in a large brimmed hat, who you
Oh,
played
no.
chess with the other night. And in one hand, they have a dagger, and they look shocked. I just rolled 2 natural ones on an advantage sneak attack roll. I would like to point that out. 2 natural ones. And I will just go on record and say this person has the assassin level, which means it would have been an auto crit. And I rolled 2 natural ones. Anyway.
That's,
The 1
that's
in
why you were
400
freaking
chance.
out. That's funny.
Yeah. And as he kind of looks up at you, like shocked, and as you look at him, and there's a moment of what? There's a quick flurry of blows, and he kicks out. With a 27 and a 25.
I think both hit, right?
Oh lordy.
Right? Cobalt?
Yeah, I
Yep.
only have a 16, even with the shield. That
I'm
hit
pretty
will
sure
hit.
they both hit.
Yeah.
Okay. The first one is sneak attack, so we'll do 16 points of damage. And the second one is only 10 points of damage. As the first blow kicks you in the throat, and you feel it like crush part of your windpipe. The second blow comes in and hits you in the sternum, and actually kind of like right below into the solar plexus, and you kind of feel the wind go out from you. Everyone else, you notice the hit points on Skith as your rings tell you damage was taken drop massively.
Can I use a charge of my continuation ban?
You may, because you are now aware after the first attack, you can use a reaction to drink a potion from the band. That is true.
Alrighty, I will do that.
And now you're down to 1 left in that?
I have one left because we didn't
We need to
recharge it
refill
yet.
that bad boy before we do any towering.
Like already we were like, whoa, he just took a bunch of damage, and then when we see he heals, it's like, oh no, something's going on in there.
Yeah, I think we're both like,
Um,
I think Arena is not as subtle, but kind of like looks over at Perrin. I guess I could roll to see how subtle I am, because she's definitely trying to keep it together, but I know I'm terrible.
Make a
She's not good at it.
deception roll.
Deception, yeah. I was like, I know I probably
Or-
need to make a deception roll because I'm not.
I lost 21.
12, not terrible for Arena. Not bad. Why is this
11.
guy beating on you? I'm so
20.
confused. Maybe he was trying to steal something from this
It's an
mausoleum?
assassin.
It's a trap.
Oh, he got paid to assassinate you. Yeah, that makes sense too.
Nah,
How
he
does
just does it for
know
fun.
I'm Rick.
Yeah, definitely.
Rick.
Hello, I am Rick.
What are you doing?
I am
assassin?
totally not a dragonborn. This is totally not my funeral.
Do I break my concentration from getting hit?
You need to make me 2 con saves. That's a good point.
Okay. I also have my concentration +3 for saves.
Okay. The DC, I believe, is 10 and 10.
Ooh, you saved
I'm
him.
still Rick.
You're still
You're
Rick,
still Rick.
for what that matters. Okay.
They probably have like True Sight or something.
Right. I am going to add you all to the initiative tracker with the amazing Combat Master setup. Perrin, Arena, Hoverbot, Pietro, and then Pietro's first to react. I assume you kept
Dang.
Pietro in the loop.
Oh yeah. I would keep Pietro in the loop. And I would
Okay.
try to talk to Skith, but I can't because I can't see him.
Pietro,
Oh no! Skits and Date. No! He's in the mausoleum, right?
I think that is where he was going to be. He said he was going to go on the top of it, which, now that I think about it, probably was about
There's a hole in the top of it. I think he's now inside it.
Probably.
Uh,
But he took
it's
way
locked.
more damage than there's falling.
Oh, okay.
okay, Pietro, I will say that is Pietro's action to now understand what's going on because Pietro didn't have the access to the bands. So Pietro will end turn there.
Oh, good thing I said that then.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that part of it.
Yeah, I was like, Pietro has less information than you here, so Corvidbot
yeah.
is up. I don't know why I added Corvidbot, that's a lie. It's Arena's up.
Yeah, Corvid bot.
Exit
goes
in your
at the end
turn,
of my
yeah.
turn.
Arena.
I guess she's gonna talk to Perrin.
Do we just let Pietro scout or should we leave?
At the moment, does it seem like everyone else at the funeral is still just doing funeral things, or does it seem like anyone else has noticed there's something going on?
From what you can tell with your passive insight, it appears no one's reacted. By the way, you want to switch to the map screen?
I can do that. You got a little map in the corner back. Yeah.
I was confused. I was like, oh yeah, I'm not running the scenes anymore. I'm like, I am on the
And I was like, oh yeah, I am. So where are we in the funeral? Like, is it a point where someone could walk away and it wouldn't be weird, or
It's mid-funeral.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
mid-funeral. I
okay.
think it's
Right in the
weird.
middle.
But that's why Arena's asking if we should
Like,
just,
you're probably
leave
only
this
about a
out.
minute away before the cleric is going to be like, does anyone want to say a few words?
but that is, oh god, that's ages off.
Yeah.
That's so many rounds of Skith getting murdered.
Up to you, Perrin, what do you want to do? No, Arena, what do you want to do? Sorry.
Well, I'm waiting for Perrin to respond.
Perrin reply.
Like,
Yeah, I just
Perrin's gonna reply saying, if we keep appearances and he's under attack, he'll be dead before this is done. One could go and cover for the other.
All right.
One could cover.
You want to go or should I go?
I can do it.
All right. I will try to make a good speech.
you're trusting Arena with the speech part.
You're doomed.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna be a hot mess.
I mean, if the speeches are still in a minute, this will be over by then. Perrin will hopefully be
true.
back, but maybe we'll
She's
look
gonna
a
try
bit
to cover
stabbed, I don't know.
cover for you. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
It hasn't come up yet, but it will in a second, so it's worth asking. What is walking speed compared to running speed? Because, like, if I want to, not look like I'm just sprinting out of the,
I mean,
Out of the
a
graveyard.
combat movement is 30, and like a combat movement is like a hurried pace, but it's like still a sedate hurried. You could probably walk at 20, maybe 15, 20.
Okay. And how high are the hedges just between us and the mausoleum?
They're gonna be like a good 8 feet.
Ooh, cool. Okay.
I mean, they're over 5 feet wide. So
Are you gonna try to just run and jump over hedges while people can see you?
No. I'm gonna go through the
Okay.
gate, but then I'm gonna step
Okay.
round the hedge and misty step inside the mausoleum because it's locked, right?
Oh, okay.
yeah, the mausoleum, the doors are closed, and it's locked. You need to see the target, Misty Step.
Oh, is it not? Like, damn it! I thought it would be like an iron gate, like they sometimes are.
There is an
Damn it.
iron gate in front of it, and then there's a locked door. Like, it's
God, yeah,
it's two-step
like
process.
that's like misty step proof. There, it's like you gotta. Because if I
I
was
wasn't
at
the
the
one
door,
who
I could see
anticipated
through.
you climbing on top of a building and then falling through it.
Should got the dang rope.
My only other question would be, could Pietro ride on Corvid Bot, or is no?
He would be able to, yes, but would not be able to be in the saddle. The saddle isn't sized for him, so he would fall off in combat.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah. Well, I was just gonna help him get there faster. But...
You could do that. Again, though, if you're wanting to look really subtle, that would look not subtle. The mechanical raven does draw attention.
It's fair.
If you want to do it, though, it can be done.
Oh, don't worry, I'm about to draw plenty of attention.
Oh no.
I don't know that, though.
I just got stabbed, okay?
Yeah. Right now, Perrin's still like, okay, I think I can just kind of subtly walk away, like, you know, I'm overcome with grief, maybe, and I'll get around the corner and I'll just sprint over there and see what's going on. And then I imagine that Mausoleum's about to explode.
Okay, so Arena, you're just gonna, like, pretend everything's fine?
Yeah, I'm pretending
Okay.
everything's fine. Yeah, that's what I already said.
Skiff.
All right. How did you get in here? He says in his humanoid voice. I'm gonna spend 2 sorcerer points to quicken a spell, and I'll lightning bolt this little. When you describe the hat, I just think of like the cartoons of like the cowboy with the guns.
Oh, bigger. It's a big hat, like the brim goes out like a good foot and a bit. Like flat sloping down brim. Big floppy canvas hat.
Yeah, I'm gonna lightning bolt him, and then I'm gonna follow it up with a fire bolt.
Okay, yeah, go for it. 2 to quicken, and go for it. He makes a dex save, right? If you want to put that in chat.
Okay. 16.
Okay,
Dex save is probably his forte. Then I'll go ahead and do the fire bolt as well. Ooh. And then roll.
Okay. So as you how did you get in here? And your hand comes forwards, and the blast of lightning cascades forwards, goes straight through where he was standing, and you stop. And he's just standing there.
Uh-oh.
Well done.
What? I just look confused.
Situations like these. Firebolt, though, with a 26, does hit. Just 9
got
points of
some
damage.
Freaking lightning resist because he knew he was gonna fight me. Oh.
No. He isn't even
No?
singed. It looks like you didn't even hit him. He is not remotely touched by that.
But the firebolt
Okay.
hits him. Interesting.
The firebolt hits him. It's like as he says that, and you're like, quickly just cast a firebolt quickened afterwards. He does seem a little bit like, oh, boom. And it hits him in the shoulder, like leans forwards. And then he says, in a voice that sounds very familiar to you, Skith, give what needs to be given. It sounds like Perrin.
What?
And it's his turn. I need everyone not to look at Twitch chat now, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Gonna minimize the tab.
he's gonna come forwards and attempt to stab you again. Actually, check. He disappears from in front of you.
Oh,
Suddenly, he
great.
is not there as he seems to fade into the shadow without even stepping backwards. And then from behind you,
I can't meme in chat. I want to be like, you didn't see the assassin because he's not there.
I got 20 to hit you.
think you
16
can
to
shield.
hit. If I shield, then
You shield, it will
one
bounce.
more. Yeah,
Okay.
I will shield.
As
And then
you
you get
feel
+5.
the wind move
Wow.
behind you, you turn around at the last moment, shield, and this knife skitters off the shield as, again, this halfling looks up at you, kind of frustrated and confused.
This time.
Not bad. Perrin, you're up.
Help.
Okay.
Help, Perrin.
So we're now hearing like lightning blasts and fireballs and stuff in the immediate vicinity, right?
You hear a crackle of lightning, you hear like
Can
a...
I hear that?
Make a perception roll for you because it is faint
'Cause I'm
and
not,
far
yeah,
away.
I'm not, there.
Actually, Perrin will need to make a
aware.
perception as well. You haven't moved yet.
If only it were
Yeah, you didn't
raining
hear
and
it.
storming.
I mean, we are listening.
Yeah, it's raining.
We now know that there's
Yeah.
something up over there, so we're.
Perrin,
tuning in.
you just
10.
hear kind of... It could be that, yes. You can't be certain, but you can just about kind of hear it now you're focusing.
Does it seem like anyone else at the funeral's reacting?
No. Not on a non-active check. On a passive check,
What's your passive perception?
I know
Yeah,
exactly what his passive
My
perception is.
passive perception is 10. It's not.
Oh
it's not
yeah,
one.
you're not. Yeah. I was
Your
like,
passive insight is more, is someone reacting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which you're probably better at that. Or maybe not, because it's wisdom based.
Okay, I'm going to. Should I just run? Like.
What are you doing, Perrin?
There, like, I can hear a fight. I can hear spells being slung. I feel like the jig is probably up, whatever the jig may be. I think Perrin's just gonna go for it.
Okay, you may sprint through Pietro's square because Pietro's tiny.
Uh,
Doesn't cost you extra movement.
okay. I will.
Well,
Yeah,
no one
I'll
else
start
is
just
reacting
by-
in the funeral right now, so the jig is
Yeah,
not
but
up in
like,
that regard.
but I mean, Skid's in a fight nearby, and that makes Perrin think that this guy
Gotta push
stood
you, Perrin,
right
what are you
next to him
doing?
knows what's going on. I'm moving. I'm just
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I just get through that? Is that gate,
Reaction
like,
to open it. It's not unlocked. It's not locked. It's reaction.
Okay. And then so it's a locked metal gate, and then is the stone door behind locked, or is it wood or whatever?
It's a big, thick wood door behind. It is seemingly it's got a lock. The big iron like grill in front has a chain and a padlock.
That's really annoying for getting through.
I thought you were going to Misty Step in.
Can't need line of sight.
Yeah, I could misty step past the iron
one.
gates, but then there's another locked door.
You can't fit. It's less than like a foot gap between the two.
There's tiles in there. There's
No, the grill is here. Like it's in
Oh, so
the
then-
it's in
so
the
the-
wall.
Oh,
He
in that
means
case, I
the-
can probably
he
get
means the
close enough
first
to
one.
peek through a crack in the thing and misty step through the crack, right?
With a successful perception check, maybe there might be a crack.
Okay, we'll give that a go. So I can just get it right up to the door then. I thought that this gate out the front here was a thing, but I guess it's just a.
No, that's just like a little border gate. You can walk through that.
Okay, yeah, I will go into a run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
You
then
won't be able
I
to peek
will-
through this turn because that will take an action to like squish up against and look for a gap.
Okay, so
Beat it down.
I guess that's what I do then. I just I hold.
It could be a free action. You've already used your free action this turn to open the gate. Like it could be a free action next turn, which is object interact, which would be like squish up and have a look.
Okay. I think I could. There's not any sort of spell that I can cast on like. I mean, I only have a bonus action now. There's not much I can do with a bonus action when I can't see my enemy yet.
You tell me, it's your character.
Yeah, that's all I do. There's nothing
Okay.
else I can do if I can't see a gap to Misty Step through. I can't get in there yet.
Pietro is gonna go fast there, Pietro.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
feel like
a
I'm imagining he does like a spin-up Sonic ball.
sprint. Yeah, like just like okay. That's Pietro's go. Arena.
Arena is like kind of glances that direction, is just like, is everything okay? And then she's gonna just pretend that everything's fine at the funeral as much as she can. So if you need me to roll,
Yeah,
Was
make
that
a
message
performance check.
Was that message to Perrin?
it was a message to Perrin, yeah. And
Yeah, Perrin's like,
Pietro, probably.
I'm gonna find out. I can get in there in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. And you said performance specifically?
Yeah, performance.
10.
10. You put in a very average performance. Not bad. It's just average. You're like, it's perfectly normal. As like Perrin sprints behind you.
There's just a emergency. It's fine.
You gotta poop.
He's got to poop.
I should have just done that. Just like I should have just like muttered to Arena, but loud enough for the Dragonborn to hear. It's like, I gotta poop now.
Yeah, sure. Minor illusions like the like WC water closet sign at the top of the mausoleum. It's like he's outside toilet. He's fine. Skith, you're up.
Okay. Oh. All right, I'm going to. Let's see, my electric attack didn't do anything. And that's most of my attacks except for Firebolt. And if I Fireball, I'm going to blow myself up.
Yeah.
So, I don't have many options. I think I'm going to... Yeah, I'll have to drop my concentration on my alter self and revert back to my normal self. And I'm gonna try to cast Reduce on the little fellow.
Okay. Right. Print it in chat for me.
Okay, yep.
I will add that spell to Combat Master. Add spell. Enlarge reduce. Type spell. Combat Master icon. Is there a size icon? No. Ninja Mask. Overdrive. Padlock.
It's gonna make him do 1d4 less damage. And have disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws, which doesn't seem applicable, but maybe the damage will help until I break my concentration from taking it.
Okay, let me just set this up. Get the pummeled symbol.
I want to see if this spell
how long does it last?
works. A minute.
10
to a
rounds.
Yeah,
Direction
that's not a
minus
good
1.
symbol for like enlarge / reduce.
Yeah, I mean, because it's two things in one, it makes sense. Targeted. It is a caster and target. Targets only. Concentration true. Message. Casting enlarge / reduce. Okay. Now try hitting the button again.
The spell button?
Yeah, cast the spell. It should now automatically be like, who are you targeting? And I'll be able to apply it to someone.
Also, if you cast that, then your
Yeah,
guys
he already mentioned that.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna have to drop it.
There.
Jamming out to the music too much.
Cool.
Okay. What save do I need to make?
It's a strength save, or yeah, 1d4 less and a strength save.
No, there's a save for it being cast on you. It's
Oh.
Execution on when you make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that part.
And your DC is 16.
Oh, yeah.
So this halfling
Becomes a quarterling.
becomes about 1'6" tall.
Aww.
Get him, Pietro. Wrestle
Get
him.
him, Pietro. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking now.
Properly interesting. Okay.
Then, as my
Pietro
bonus
comes in, just
action, I'm
punches him
gonna
in
chug
the
a
face.
potion.
Okay. Bonus trigger potion.
One potion, so health potion, choose target, boom, 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 boom. Mark it off my sheet, and that's my turn.
And it does 1d4 with less with weapons. Great. Okay.
Yes.
On its go, it looks up at you. And it's gonna still attempt to stab you.
Haha, look at the little tiny person.
18?
I will shield.
Okay. The knife skitters off the shield. And then as it uses its momentum, goes into a spin, the foot comes out, aiming at your crotch.
Lovely. You
27.
were trained by Layla.
Yeah.
You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as it smacks into your crotch, and the newly formed draconic groin region, as the altar self dissipates, goes kind of crunch.
So what are you
I'm
describing?
like Dragonborn crotch area. Is it different than
You also passed the saving throw for the concentration, by the way. The auto
Still
thing did it.
tiny.
I still need to change that so it prints for everyone, but it does it now.
That's cool.
And then continuing using the momentum, spins round and goes to jab you like under the ribs with the palm of the hand.
Oh no.
21, which with shield is your AC. You take 9 points of bludgeoning.
Oh no.
Ugh.
You also pass the concentration.
Things don't
Um,
seem like they're going okay over there.
Did all that damage with no weapons.
Perrin, you're up.
Okay, I want to try
That
and
was three
like,
attacks.
press myself against this door, like lean into it to open a crack, and then look through the crack and misty step through it.
Okay, make a perception check.
Alright. $14.
You're like just trying to find a crack. You can't. You're so close, but you can't
That
quite
was-
see
yeah,
through.
That was a face that told me the DC was 15.
15, yeah. I'm sorry.
can
That was your object interact. If you want to use your action as well, you may. It just means you're putting more effort into it. Alternatively, you can just
Okay.
start smashing shit if you want.
I'm like, I mean, how strong does the lock look?
It's pretty bulky. It's not an old graveyard. It's well maintained. It is, steel.
Except for the roof.
Except for the roof.
It's not well maintained.
That's not well maintained. Effectively, they're like, look, everything you can see is well maintained, but we skimp on the roofing because no one looks at that.
I mean, can I get up on the roof?
Make a climb check. It would be an action.
I realize, yeah, I'm here like trying to like let me step in, and I'm like, wait a
And then
minute.
Perrin gets stuck
I am
inside as well.
drunk. It's like, I don't care. Like, I won't be trapped in here with him. He'll be trapped in there with me.
Trapped in here with you. You'll be trapped in here with me.
I guess athletics check for climb.
Athletics check for climb.
Oh. Where's your climb rope at? I know we have
15.
some climbing
Perrin
ropes
just
somewhere.
goes up to the edge, puts 2 hands up, and just lift and roll inside. Perrin, you are now, bang, you see a halfling with a huge brimmed hat spinning around and then jabbing a hand in right below the ribs. You do not have a weapon drawn. You've used your free action and your full action, by the way.
It's like this big.
Okay, so all I
In the
have
groin?
is a bonus action.
It's like Army of Darkness.
I can see the dude now, so actually this is the perfect opportunity for a hunter's mark.
Okay. Please cast
Does that
it.
require a bonus action?
Yep.
I am now concentrating on a hunter's mark. I cast it at level 1, so it's 1 hour of tracking.
Okay. That little halfling is picking up statuses.
Now I can't talk to you guys.
Yeah,
You can talk to Pietro.
unfortunately.
Pietro's outside.
I could try that. It's a long way to go.
Oh no.
Don't die, Pietro.
It's like for Perrin, it's like just climbing a slightly high wall. For Pietro, it's like climbing a 5-story building.
He's really good at
Oh,
it.
not
17.
bad. 17.
Pietro does not roll inside. Pietro stays on the top of the roof and looks down at you.
That's good. That's
Dang.
good Pietro strats. Did like keep it distance, hurl Eldritch Blast forever.
Oh yeah, classic warlock. That's the end of Pietro's go. Arena. You can see Pietro. Pietro is gonna make sure that Pietro can see you, and then can go and see in the hole and see you. Vol's like moving a little bit, but
I think Arena's just keep it until someone tells her to come that way. I know that Skith can message me if needs be, so I do
message
know
I
that.
think may require line. No, it requires a direction. Doesn't require line of sight. I think. You're fine. Yeah.
I might want to double check on that.
I think I have
but-
to see the target still.
Is
Gonna
message
print it
an
in chat?
action or a bonus action?
Point your finger towards a creature within
Yeah.
range.
Doesn't need to be seen. Just needs to be in the direction you point.
Does that mean you could accidentally
and-
message the Dragonborn though?
Only if you want to be targeting
Okay.
them,
Okay.
because you
Yeah,
choose the
so-
target.
She's just kind of being part of the ceremony. And
Okay.
people
Make
are
me
like
another
looking
performance
at
check.
the people that are running. She's just like, oh, they had something to do. You know, she'll come up with an excuse.
Venture business, you know how it is.
Yeah, exactly. 5. Really bad performance.
As everyone kind of watches from it as Perrin climbs up and just leaps in, and then Pietro climbs up. And you're like,
Husk, there's husks
I
in
miss the
here.
most about Skeeth that he was the most generous. And like you see the Dragonborn look at you like, the kindest. He was blue. And everyone's like, no one is buying this. Even the cleric is like,
Oh.
okay,
Oh.
Gith.
I mean, after that performance, I don't.
Also,
I wanna try to
if it
blast
was at
it
this,
again.
I didn't realize I was at the speech point because I would totally give a speech if you wanted. If you,
I was
were at
mostly
that
just
point.
kind of like joking around that like it was pretty bad. But
Okay.
like you're
'Cause I would give a
getting into
speech
the
to be able to
mode.
get maybe
Maybe you're
advantage
practicing
or
the speech under your breath or something. Like there will definitely be speeches. That's definitely a
Okay,
part.
alright. Okay. cool.
Sorry, Skith.
I'm so dead. Just leave? But then if I leave, they might see me? You know what? They might not see me, though. Can I just teleport off the map and, like, retreat myself?
Dimension door is just 400 feet to a place you know, right?
500, yeah.
500, yeah?
You'd be like, see ya. Perrin's like, fair dues.
I'm
He
bleeding,
is an assassin
Perrin.
here to kill you. You removing
Yep.
yourself from the situation is reasonable.
Yeah. I'm just gonna dimension door off the map.
Skith, disappears.
In a flurry of curse words and blood.
Ah, plebeians.
Wow. That's rude.
The halfling kind of
Sounds like-
sighs and says that.
This person sounds like the Kenku we encountered like a long while ago. Just letting you know, like out of character, that is what the vibe I've been getting the entire time.
Oh balls, yeah, it's bloomin'. I was
Yeah.
like, I've heard
Out of
someone
character.
say.
I mean, I know I'm not
plebeians
there,
before.
but out of character, I'm just like, man, this sounds like the Kenku that we encountered.
You can say that in your head to Pietro if you want, and Pietro can relay it if you'd like.
But Arena doesn't know. She's
Yeah,
not
Arena
there.
doesn't know.
Oh, true, yeah.
But
Yeah,
Perrin
Arena
could be
does
like,
not
wait
know.
a
I'm
minute.
saying out of character.
Yeah.
This is freaking me out.
Perrin, feel free to make a int roll if you want for a memory check.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything though. But
Well, no, when
just
he
was like-
said plebeians,
after
I'm
he
like,
said that
wait, hang on a minute.
plebeians
I
thing,
know
was
that
like,
phrase.
Oh, that is
I've heard
so
that
phrase.
that
Memory check.
Kenku.
Spoken in that
Yeah.
voice, and I was like, wait a
It
minute,
was
who is that?
Another sentence you said earlier, EE2, I was like, that sounds
Yeah, speaking
like
in a
that
Perrin
Kenku.
voice about something that I don't remember saying recently.
That one, yeah, that
18.
thing.
And yeah, you're like, wait, that's stabbed softly.
Oh,
Yeah.
would my reduce also drop off since that poofed out? Or would it-
No, it's concentration. You're still concentrating.
okay.
You're good?
Oh. Yes. Concentrating so
As you look,
hard.
Perrin, you see like the 2 foot tall halfling or whatever. Like, wait, what?
So yeah, but I recognize who it is, right? Oh yeah, but I'm also like, why are you so
voice.
small? Yeah, so,
Yeah,
so
you look
Perrin's like getting
smaller.
ready to fight, like he's like he draws Mind Killer Goat, he's ready to strike. He's like, stab softly. The hell are you doing here?
Well done. Not bad. Friends. At which point, Stab softly kind of looks around, sighs, puts away the knife, takes off the hat, and as soon as the hat comes off, you see a Kenku. Black, almost midnight blue-black feathers that kind of just about catch the light coming in from the top. A black robe over them, and a brace of daggers across both ways. The wicked-looking dagger sheathed. The hat,
Okay,
the only
I'm
thing that
glad
looks out of
that
place.
my thought process when you said the thing with Perrin, I was like, man, that has to be that Kenku. But then I wasn't sure until the plebeians comment.
Yeah, that
was building
that
up to
was the key.
plebeians.
And Perrin's like, who paid you? Why are you even here? He's still got Mind
Professionalism.
Killer ready.
I'm not going to tell you that. The Kenku, and anyone who hasn't seen Stab Softly before, Kenku don't have voices of their own. They mimic people they have heard. And so constantly changing between different voices and accents that they hear and they just repeat is the only way they can speak. So it is weird. You don't know the person they just spoke as, but it is weird. Occasionally hearing your own voice, or quite a lot of the time Streak Fox voice, who you met a long time ago.
That was
Streak
what
Fox just
confused
kept
me.
saying
For a
tons
second,
of
I was
words.
like, wait, this can't be Streak Fox because I would have recognized them the moment I arrived, so it's not Streak Fox. And I'm like, oh, the other person that says that in Streak Fox voice.
Yeah, you did sound a lot like Streakbach. And at first I was like, is that
Yeah, yeah,
Streakbach?
it's 'cause
But I was
it's
like,
meant
that's
to be.
definitely not Streakbach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Perrin's like, are you still going to try and kill Skith?
Not today.
Is there a way I can make it not ever?
The contract lasts for as long as you remain in the city.
Noted.
We can discuss a new contract later.
Perrin like is like thinks for a second, and then Stab Softly would feel the hunter's mark dropping.
No, kill him. I don't know who that is. They hurt me, Perrin. Kicked me in my dragon bits.
And then a voice from someone you know quite well and haven't talked to in a long time. Feelings. Friends. And
I'll
then
let you go based on our past collaborations, but if you try and kill Skith again, I will have to defend him.
Macaulay isn't with you.
It will have to be.
Can always leave you unconscious on the pavement.
I like to think I can put up a decent fight.
That might as well be. But we'll see what happens next time.
Your mom?
Perrin's gonna let him go.
As he steps away and kind of walks off towards one corner. Doesn't go to the door, just walks towards the corner. Looks at you. Beady black eyes kind of locking onto you, appraising you for a moment.
Perrin's gonna stare back like, what's this about? He doesn't say anything, he's just looking confusedly.
Got a few jobs for you to do. Perrin, that's your mum's
Interesting
voice.
time to make such an offer? Unless you're telling me who you know.
Disappears.
Okay, yeah.
His shadows just fold over him and gone.
Huh. And Perrin looks
I don't
around
like
like, oh
that.
crap.
Make a perception
Per-
check.
Okay.
Should have left your hunter's mark on him.
Nat 20.
Okay, I actually need to make a check
Dang,
then.
nat 20.
He melts away. Except he's totally still there. You can still see him.
Dude, you don't beat a 32. Sorry.
Okay, no, he's that good that even when I nat 20, he can still.
He's pretty stealthy from even previously when we ran into him.
As
Gatton
much
just
as you
somehow
look
always
around,
spotted
you
him.
do not see him. You have no idea where he went. In fact, he may have actually just teleported. Like, you look around, you're pretty sure with your 20 that, like, that is the limit of your ability to see. Like, he must not genuinely be here. It might have just teleported.
Okay, I'm gonna climb back out of the mausoleum. I'm gonna try and not make too much, clattering and crashing as I do so. As I get up to Pietro's level, I'm like, it was our old friend stabbed softly.
Oh, right. Should we be scared?
Yes, he's very good at his job.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ketra goes and waves at Arena.
Yeah, Arena looks and is like,
Is everything okay?
Stab softly, try to kill Skith. The Perrin had a talk, and then they were like, okay, we're cool with each other. And then Stab softly disappeared.
Okay. I have a lot of questions about this, but we will have to talk after. I think I need to give a speech.
And anyone who would like to say words about the departed.
Arena will step forward.
Okay.
She waits a
Perrin,
moment
like,
to see
walks
if
down
the
the
other
hill.
person. She waits a moment and like looks at the other person like intensely, which is probably too obvious with my 5. That she's like, "Are you gonna say something?"
The Dragonborn standing there just looks at you. They have no intention of standing forwards. They are very much being they are there. That's their job. That's all they're doing. They have no intention of stepping forwards.
Then Arena steps forward.
Okay.
I will say something.
She kind of stands over the grave and looks down, and she's like,
I did not get to know Skid for very long, but the time that I did know him, he was very kind and helpful and determined. And, well, a little bit of a mystery too, which, is always intriguing, right?
she like looks around to the other people to see if they're still paying attention to her speech.
And will say that he was very, very nice to my friends. And I think that for me, that is the most important thing, is to find people who are caring and willing to risk their lives for other people.
And she kind of just like stares down at the ground. And I think actually being over here, it kind of takes her back to a recent funeral that she was just at, which was with her grandfather. And she starts kind of choking up, but she says,
And I hope that the Raven Queen will look over you, as she has with my family.
and she just kind of like tears trickle down, but it's, if someone's like insightful enough, they might see that like maybe there's deeper pain there than what's actually happening in front of her.
Make a deception check for the skith part, but the rest is real.
I almost actually teared up. 5.
You like almost say your grandfather's name at one stage. You're like, no, okay. Yeah. But no one reacts to it. The cleric does give you like a little bit of like a weird scowl, like, wait, what?
I can't give myself Flash of Genius. It has to be somebody else, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for somebody else, I'm pretty sure.
Perrin joins at this stage. The cleric looks at you, looks at the mausoleum.
He was a noble soul, and while I only knew him for a brief time, in that time he demonstrated great and wonderful skill in the field of magic. He was a great person.
I can give it to myself actually, so I will make that a 10.
10.
Because 10 is better than a 5. 5's pretty bad.
Also, Perrin was definitely like trying to needle a little bit there at the Dragonborn attendee about, yes, he was an excellent magic user. He was great at magic. It was awesome. Just in case it gets anything out of him.
Feel free to roll a deception check.
Okay.
Mostly just for the, I'm speaking at a funeral about my friend. Like, everything you said might still be true,
13.
but it's the setting, it's a lie.
Yeah, no, it's still like, I'm speaking in past tense and stuff like that, yeah.
13, okay. It's reasonable.
Better than mine.
Yeah.
I will give you Flash of Genius, actually.
Oh.
I would probably say in this context, it might be hard. Oh, no, it could. I would say you gave him a Flash Genius because you coached him beforehand.
Ooh, yeah.
It's like, it's hard to be like, talk about how awesome he was. It's hard to be like, you're whispering in his ear when he's doing this. But like, we can say like, you coached him beforehand.
All right.
Okay. This is a good speech.
If possible, I'd like to see if the person next to me reacts to me saying that he's noble or that he's good at magic.
Make an insight check.
Just to see if they're like, don't agree. 7, so no clue.
No reaction.
Perrin's the actual person who's good at making speeches. Arena's not a good speech maker.
At this point, Pietro steps forwards.
Aww.
He taught me everything about certain sections of life, and he helped me realize the path I wanted to go on, and I owe much to him. He is like one of my 3 fathers, and I appreciate that a lot. I'm glad that I have finally got a chance to meet him, and I am sad that he is dead, because he's definitely dead.
Are you gonna roll for his deception?
I'm gonna roll for his deception.
I want to see.
Perrin's like in his head is like, yep, good, yep. Oh no, he's messed it up.
Oh, not bad. Better than
12,
Arena.
alright.
Yeah, I'm speaking, of course, in the past tense, because he died. He is now passed away. He's dead. He is gone. He is beyond. May the Raven Queen flap his wings and. Okay, I'll stop talking now.
And with that, as you bury an empty casket that, well, it's not empty, it's actually full of stones and sandbags.
To
You
make
go
it
to
heavy, of course.
yeah, exactly. You break up the sadness. The cleric takes Perrin away to the side. Why were you climbing the mausoleum?
I'll pay for the damages, if there are any. The thing was already in a pretty bad state.
Make a persuasion check.
Answer the question.
The best persuasion check is money. 14.
Right. Takes you up there, has a look. 20 gold.
I give him 20.
I would like to see if I can sneak and follow this other dragonborn.
Okay. You are like left alone with them as cleric and Perrin walk off. Well, you got Pietro.
And I will
as
say
well.
in kind of everyone's head that I can see that
Not
that's
scared.
what my intentions
You can
are.
see everyone else.
I know I can't see. That's why I said everyone that I can see.
Packing
say
my
in their
crap
head, but-
up back at the end right now.
Oh.
Getting rid of
Yeah,
I
when,
think
when
I'm going to
Arena
follow
does.
them.
Alright, go for it. I should probably find Skith because he disappeared. I don't know where, and there is a chance that
Okay.
Stab
Do
Softly could go after him.
you want me to help follow as well? I've got a +4 in stealth.
Oh, I don't know.
Up to
Alright,
you.
if you want to
I'm
come
telling
with me-
you in character, out of character, also the stealth bonuses, so you know.
If you want to come with me, sure.
And I will cast invisibility on both of us then, if he does plan to come with me.
Invisibility is concentration. You can only cast it on one person. You lose concentration if you cast it again.
Oh, that's true. Well, I will cast invisibility on myself.
Wait, I can't see you. Okay, I won't go with you then. Don't take Corbett though. Should I take Corbett home? I can take Corbett home for you.
Yes. You can use Corvid, but
Yay!
Pietro climbs on top of Corvidbot, like perches on their head.
Away we go!
And as you go to follow this Dragonborn, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in like 8 minutes. Feel free to enjoy some stuff. Do we have a giveaway today or not?
No, not today.
Not today. So go away, enjoy a cup of tea.
So go away.
Maybe. Just go away. Just go away.
Oh,
Pack
come
your stuff.
back.
Never return because you will be assassinated by a Kenku using your own
Stretch your
voice.
legs. Get a little bathroom break.
Right, we'll be back in 8 minutes. We're back.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
By the way, in the break, like Bentham was being so lewd. It's so random. Like I've never seen Bentham be
So
that like
uncomfortable.
provocative.
What?
Yeah,
Like, there wasn't
genuinely
even-
uncomfortable.
Like, we just
I,
talking
I'm
about
back
I'm
video
off
glad you're
games.
speaking out about it too, Cobalt. I genuinely was really, really uncomfortable with that.
He had like a red bathrobe on and a cigar in his mouth. I don't know
Yeah.
where it went. Quick costume
dear.
change.
Yeah. Anyway,
Don't know what's going on. I don't know how we got here. Usually there's
That's
a
what I
link.
say every day.
Usually there's a link to what we were talking about. We were just talking about video games, and then we just came back in. Right?
anyway, so I believe Skith, where did you go after you teleported 500 feet away?
I went back to
Ooh.
the inn
Okay.
so I could start packing all my belongings up to leave town.
Okay, you'll go back to the inn in a little bit. Then the first thing that will happen will be Arena is going to attempt to tail the Dragonborn.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, make a stealth roll with advantage from being invisible.
All right. I'm just like, I don't know what the rolls are going to give us, but we shall see. 22.
A
And I already
22.
get advantage because I have the boots too,
That's true.
which is interesting. So I have like double advantage.
You just have advantage.
I know. I'm just yeah. I'm just
but
letting
it's-
people know that like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sneaky right now.
Okay.
I should be.
As you follow, almost making no sound and definitely like no sign of sight. I'm gonna just give it a little bit more of a leeway on the margin because you do have almost no sound from the boots and you are invisible. Like it's a bit more than advantage. So you know you are far enough away that they can't really hear the very faint sound and they can't see you. They might be able to spot you by like people bumping into you, the crowd or whatever. But other than that, it's very hard to notice you. And they just completely ignore you. They don't seem to notice you. And if they do notice you, well, they don't act any different as they begin to just walk in towards the noble quarter, in through the gates.
Okay. So you're just walking into the noble quarter.
They
So I
do
can't
show
run.
papers at the gate because the gate's still on lockdown and certain sections of the inner city are still quarantined. But once they show the papers, the guards wave them through and they start filing in. To get through the gate, because they're opening and closing it and stuff, they're not leaving it fully unlocked all the time. If you're invisible and you want to do that, you'll have to make an acrobatics check to kind of like slide through quickly.
Oh god, this could either be really bad for me or
But if you do get caught trying to get in to a quarantined area at the moment, after there was a rebellion the other day and the husk zombie infection, bear in mind it's not good at the moment.
Can I get in just by myself though? Like I've been
If
working with
you
them
can try,
as like
yeah.
an adventurer and stuff.
You can try.
Okay.
You do know right now that people are generally using papers that they get given. There will be a curfew tonight. You will be exempt because you put your name down and they said you will be exempt, but we'll get you the paperwork and stuff tomorrow. You haven't got the paperwork yet. You know you are due paperwork though. So, well, that's worth.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna stealth in because that's not. She's a good bean, and she can probably get. She probably should be able to get in without. So she's gonna try. She could try.
Okay. You become visible.
Yeah.
You walk up to the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She just waits for them to open the door.
Right. Papers. Are you a resident or do you have pressing business on the government? And they look you up and down. They're like, oh, wait. Adventurer. Right. Are you level 6 or above? Do you have paperwork to confirm that?
Do you have paper? I have paperwork to confirm that I'm level 7, though, right?
You do have paperwork from the tower that, like, is a stamp of your entry every time. It does prove you're level 7.
She pulls out that paperwork and she's like, she just kind of like shows that.
It's level 7, so yes, above level 6.
Okay. Ideally, we do need the paperwork that's been issued, or if you haven't been issued it yet, it will be issued today. Level 6 and above is a priority. Do you have that?
Yes, they came by the other day and they told us that, but I have not gotten the papers yet.
I mean, we really should have that paper to let you in. You just go back and get it.
But I haven't gotten it yet.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Natty 1, oh my god.
The DC was just 10. I know.
Yeah.
He looks at you and he gives you a pitiful look. He's like, I'm really sorry, but the rebels the other day, a few of them were using fake Tau documentation to try and gain access to places. So we do require the new paperwork currently. I'm really sorry about this, but you'll have to go wait wherever they initially talk to you. If you're staying at an inn nearby, they'll probably go and issue the paperwork there. Most of them were round for the level 7s and level 6s this morning, so if you haven't been back yet, it should already be at your place of residence.
All right.
She looks really disappointed, and kind of makes a big sigh, and then just takes her paperwork and turns around and walks away.
Sorry, we're only letting in, people on governmental business, diplomats, etc. at the moment, and obviously adventurers who wrote the paperwork.
Oh, maybe you may be able to help me with something. The
Blue, were they blue? I think
No,
you said
bronze
blue.
kind of colored scales.
Bronze. Okay, I described them, and she's like,
You know their name by chance? The one that was just before me?
Or the ambassador. Yeah, we can't really discuss people who we see going in and out of the inner city. He looks a little bit awkward, like, I don't know if I should be talking about other people coming through the checkpoint. Make a persuasion check. This is a completely different topic, so come in on persuasion check.
okay, makes sense. 3.
I'm sorry, look, again, you could be a rebel or an assassin or something, so we don't really disclose who we see going in and out. I mean, I really shouldn't have told you that much.
I mean, I was helping with the battle that happened. In fact,
In which case, I appreciate it, but a lot of rebels were saying they were helping with the battle, etc. The other day, and a lot of people died because of it. And I understand you probably aren't a rebel, we're just being very certain.
my group is called Dragon Punch, and then we were previously known as the Saviors of the North. And we work with the Chosen Knights.
Oh, okay, wow. In which case, you should definitely get your Look, I can give you... you know what? I can pass your name up the line. If they haven't issued your paperwork, I can get it expedited. Where are you staying?
I give him the
Cunning Warlock.
Yeah, that Cunning Warlock.
Sure. I pass this on, and if they haven't done your paperwork, I'll make sure it's covered. I'm sorry about that.
All right.
She kind of walks away. I tried, man.
Yes.
I probably could have sneaked in, but I'm like, I don't. That's
If you'd have got caught trying to sneak past, at
and
a
she's
heightened state
good
of alert.
fiend.
Okay, Skith. As soon as you enter the tavern, there is a nervous-looking corporal from the near-death militia just standing there. As soon as you enter, sir, are you Skith of Dragon Punch?
Yes,
Skith with an E?
that's me.
Right, I have the paperwork for your group. There will be a curfew tonight, from sundown till sunup. You and obviously your group are exempt, provided you are not causing any issues, undue
What about our mascot?
counted under the group. It is in the paperwork. Provided you're not causing undue disruption, etc. Here is the paperwork, signed and sealed, and handles over 3 copies. And then it's like, I also have an exemption for your mascot on the basis of flight. And provided your mascot is not spending too long on the ground and is making sure to, as much as possible, remain airborne, they are allowed to go about their business as well, provided they do not fly within designated cordoned areas. And hands that across as well.
Hey, he could have just mage handed himself up onto the mausoleum.
Can only lift 10 pounds.
Yeah, but he's
Oh.
He is 5.5 pounds. Yeah.
I thought you meant me. I was like,
Oh God, no. That's what Bigby's hand is for.
Ugh.
Please bear in mind that there are no fly zones for people of less than level 6. That will apply to your non-humanoid. It just says non-humanoid on the paperwork. Pietro. Can you make sure they get those?
Well. Yes, I will inform the rest of my group.
Sure. If you can sign here for them. He hands you a piece of parchment.
Wait, I signed their
I need
their
to sign that
names.
you got receipt. No, I need to sign that you took receipt for the party of the credentials.
All right, fine. I'm in a hurry though.
Of course. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Please.
Like limping off to my room.
Okay. Perrin, about a couple of minutes later, you get into the Cunning Warlock.
Do I see Skith?
Not in the main body of
I think
the
he's going into his
tavern.
room. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go past like the barman or whoever. If there's maybe there's a doorman or something. I'm just like, Skith been by? Is he back?
You drew Blue Dragon Ball friend Skith. Yes. He's upstairs. I believe he went to his room.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
He was chatting with a Lumarian fellow, and they're having a little bit of a conversation beforehand.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll check in with him about that.
From what I understand, he works for them or something. From what I was overhearing.
Okay. Perrin's just confused. He's gonna go.
Okay.
I mean, that would be what he would assume, so it makes sense.
It's like
Best buds.
if Perrin was an idiot, he might be like, "Oh no," but Perrin is like, like the other day, Skith just like watched me kill a Lumarian guard and then helped me hide the body, so I think we're good.
Look, we
kicking him
kind
into
of
the ring.
got
Slope,
looped
your
into that
morality is taking you
situation.
down.
We just had a conversation with you about how that was
I'm
not
just
good.
saying it demonstrates that I can assume
It demonstrates loyalty.
I
Okay.
can assume that Skith isn't secretly working with Lumarians unless it's an incredibly deep cover, in which case
That
he
would be a
wouldn't
good
have just
cover,
had a
though.
conversation with one
Yeah.
Help
in
you.
front of the
Sometimes you
barman.
got to kill one of your own so you can infiltrate to take down the greater threat.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past the Lumarians. Perrin would assume Lumarians would do that. He's not going to assume in this case that there was anything weird going on. He's going to assume the barman was confused.
Okay. You go up, you can hear kind of like a lot of rushed movement inside Skith's room.
Okay, I'm going to knock. I imagine we don't have a knock, but Perrin will knock like he usually knocks.
Who is it?
It's Perrin.
It could be
yes, come in.
saying that in his voice.
It could be.
I open the door, slip in, and close it immediately. Are you all right?
Like,
Looked like you didn't know.
it is you, Perrin. I'm pretty badly injured. I'm gathering my things. I don't think I can stay here any longer. They sent an assassin.
I can help
and-
with the injuries.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna go over and drop. Let's. How much health have you got at the moment? How much? Have you
9.
lost? Okay, you're right. Yeah,
45
I'll give
total.
you 2 level 1 cure wounds off the bat.
Your wounds is.
Yes.
Gollum is a cleric.
Your wounds instead of
Wounds is precious.
Give it to
Kick
us.
me in my crotch,
Radiant
Perrin.
And
My crotch.
healing. You're
they could be in my
Okay,
crotch,
that's 14.
Perrin.
Who does
In
that?
my crotch.
14,
love it.
27.
Stab me with a sword, Mel.
Wait.
Punch me in the crotch, Perrin.
23. It's a little better. Yes,
How
if
far
the
are you
assassin
from max?
escaped. 22.
He still needs
Okay.
some healing.
Go ahead and heal 22. I give you my lay on hands.
He puts his hands on your crotch.
I don't.
I don't.
Like it's shoulder.
I
Put a hand
don't.
on his shoulder.
You put your
It was
shoulder on his
so
crotch.
fast. He was like, it's like he put your. I don't.
Okay. At this point, there's a knock at the door.
Who is it?
It's me, Perrin. It's not. No. I wanted to fuck with you. No.
He's like,
It's
wait, if that's Perrin out there, who's in here
Who's
with
in here?
skins?
Baron.
Perrin pulls off his face.
Oh god.
It's
It
also
stabs
Perrin.
softly again.
No, it's the Marin Empire.
I'm gonna like go over and open the door, but only a little bit so that Skiths are not in view. Yes.
I believe you were told yesterday about cut price tire rates for those who were willing to work on the clearing of the inner city.
Yes, we did.
We have a slot for your group, half price, tomorrow morning at 4 a.m.
I like look over at Skith. I'm like, that sounds perfect.
If you can complete the entire floor run and be out in under 2 hours, then you get your next tower run half price. But from what I understand from the paperwork, you have all been in this tower 3 times. Am I right? 3 after this one.
Yes.
In which case, we would refund you the rest of the tower run. So your tower one would be 3 if you get through it in 2 hours. We're trying to get through as many people as possible.
I don't think we will do that, but I appreciate the inclusion of that offer.
It does also count if you leave the tower halfway.
Then we may end up making use of that.
Yeah, we'd rather people quit as soon as possible and allow others to go in than wasting time with the tower locked.
Understandable.
Okay. Are you okay with this? I do not see the other member of your group. There is, from what I understand, a Dragonborn and a gnome. It's at this
Not
point,
present
Arena,
at the
you
moment.
walk up the stairs after having come back from your attempt to find the
hand on her
Dragonborn.
gun.
Not here at the moment,
Who's
but
going
here she
up
is now.
Right. If that's okay with all of you, I'll put you down for 4 a.m.
If it's what is okay with us?
Tower run, half price. Free if we do it in under 2 hours, which we won't, but it's a nice offer.
Okay.
Try.
We can try.
Well, actually, if you leave halfway, your next would be half price. If you do it in under 2 hours, it would be
yes,
the
that makes
knock-on
sense.
effect. Sorry. Yes. Right. Okay. I will put you in for 4 a.m. We're running a limited service at the moment, so only those with permission to be there well ahead of time to help with the clearing in the city. We'd expect you to be there at 3 on standby if the group before you comes out early and go through as soon as possible. If that suits you, there'll be limited paperwork and so on entry this time. We're trying to get people in and out as fast as possible. Please come if you've got any bags of holding, etc. Just make sure a bag of holding is ready to be checked and stowed. There'll be no waiting around while we go through the whole procedure. Make sure you familiarize yourself with the tower protocols, although I imagine being level 7 already, you are familiar.
Arena nods.
Right. Thank you very much. I've got to go find another 12 adventure groups before the end of the day.
Good luck.
And Arena kind of looks in the room.
Thank you.
She doesn't see
Oh,
Pietro
and,
or Corvid.
Thank you for your service, all of you. I heard about you helping at one of the gates.
We did what we could.
Arena nods.
He nods his head and leaves. Pietro and Corbett are not back yet.
You haven't seen Pietro or Corvid, but have you?
No, where did they go?
No,
thought he
you've
was
only
coming
just
here.
arrived.
I thought he left before you.
That's a little worrying. I did a quick circuit of the area around the graveyard and then came straight back here to find Skith.
Arena closes the door, and then in both of your heads, she says,
I wasn't able to really follow them very far. They went to the noble quarters. They mentioned that maybe they were an ambassador, but I wasn't able to get it in. And I didn't want to sneak in because I felt like if I got caught, then that would be a whole other pickle.
Damn, it was worth a shot.
Well, to make sense, they would have an ambassador in a major city. And if they heard news, then they might have told them to go and check the funeral out. But I don't think it matters, since the assassin escaped alive, I would assume. I mean, I wasn't there the entire time. Did you finish him off, Perrin?
So, as it turns out, we know the guy.
Oh, Pietro told me that it was Stab Softly. Oh, what?
Yes, it's a Kenku who goes by the name of Stab Softly. He's from Vihura, so I'm surprised that he's here, but it seems that he's got quite a few different business ventures going on in the area.
But
I
I would say that he is not someone that you want to have looking for you.
No.
That bastard
I
took
told
10
him,
of my gold the other day.
Not from the nice part of Vihiras.
10 gold and he stabbed me. Some friend.
I sent him on his way for now, but he says he will still attempt to fulfill the contract. If he comes at us again, then I'll, do my best, but he is very good at his job. He has helped us in the past, which is why I let him go. In return, he told me that the contract he has only applies while we are in the city. If we leave, then presumably he will no longer care.
I'm packing my things up as we speak. I don't think it's safe to stay here any longer. I think we should.
But
I think
can
the
we
tower
really
time
leave
is
yet?
perfect, though.
Have you talked to your mother yet? Or your father?
No, I haven't, but I can see if I can find them around here somewhere in the meantime.
Well, I think we should get in the tower and then perhaps maybe visit Tonks one more time and then move on to another place with a tower, perhaps. At least I don't know. If you're planning on staying with me, I don't think it's safe for me here anymore.
I
Uh,
do think it is time to move on.
Rendry won't have the information for us until the 26th, I think.
Yes, I need to still find out how I might be able to get back my ring from him, though. And maybe we can convince him to move the door somewhere more suitable if we were to leave. It seems like he can move that door around.
We could try.
Oh, speaking of contracts, there was a guard when I returned to the inn who gave us this paperwork and said that we are not to be under curfew tonight, although I did use several spells, and if we're going to do a tower, I should get rest still.
Now, there'll be time before the tower for rest.
Yes, he had
Irina
me
will take
sign
her
something.
paperwork.
They were very quick about that. I just had a conversation with the guard about it. I was trying to get inside the noble quarters. I had to have paperwork before they would let me in.
Weren't you don't you have invisibility?
I do, like I said, but I didn't want to sneak in. If I get caught, I would be in a lot of trouble.
That makes sense. Well, I'm sorry to burden you with my problems here. That did not go as expected. I'm not even sure how your friend knew who I was. I thought my Rick impression was perfect.
Staff Sophocles good at their job. They probably have their ways.
Well, I thought it was probably better if maybe, the next place we go, you stay in your form the whole time. Because you have been walking around here inside of the inn as,
She kind of points at you.
Yes, well, I can only cast it for so long. It only lasts for about an hour, so I have to be very sparing with it. I don't have a hat like Rindy Tonks to disguise myself. I have to use a spell. Takes a lot of concentration.
maybe we can find you something that is comparable. We do know some people who are good at that. Oh, Corvette Path.
Irina kind of like runs.
Hey, I'm back. I'm back.
Where did you get
Sorry.
Why did it take you so long to get back here?
Busy.
Busy doing what?
She closes the door behind.
Busy.
Doing what?
Thing.
What kind of things?
It was gonna be a surprise, but okay. I got you paint.
Paint for what?
Scale varnish.
Scale varnish.
Yeah. So
Corbett bot.
no. For you, Skith, because now you can pretend to be a different Dragonborn, and you don't have to do your human thing. Because scales are awesome, and scales of a feather should stick together.
Is there a sorcerer
Because he's also scaly.
family that's a different color?
Well, there are green dragonborn. There are red. There are all kinds of colors.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of smaller families that are maybe not as well known that are, etc. If you're looking for a big one, depends if you're trying to impersonate someone particular.
I meant to put paint on my scales. Is that what you're implying?
like Arena sometimes does her nails, and with scales.
It could work. It's not a bad idea.
I did have to get a lot because they only did it in these little pots, and so I had to ask them to get like a really big container. And
At this point, Covidbot like dumps something that's holding in its beak, and it's like a good. It's not like a paint can. It's a little bit smaller than that, but it's like a woodwork can that you'd have, like one of those
Okay.
small like varnish
Entirely
kind of
full of
cans.
nail varnish.
I could only get hot red in that quantity. And
Be a red dragon
will
born?
it will last a while if you take a lot of damage or get like really dirty or whatever. It might chip, but it'll last a while. Like it'll last more than a long rest.
And any lung
Well, I
damage
suppose
caused
if
by
there's
the
no other
excessive
way.
amounts will be. I can just, give you a lay on hands point every now and then to undo it.
Oh, wonderful.
You definitely
Side
shouldn't
effects
huff
may
it. That,
include-
it's a really bad idea to huff it.
In that larger quantity, being in its presence counts as huffing it.
If I was going to huff
Yeah,
anything, it would be off of her bong.
It did take me a while to get back here.
Well, I do appreciate the effort. It is rather embarrassing to have to alter my scales in any sort of non-magical way, but it's about survivability at this point. The odds are not in my favor, so
There's
I'll
gotta
do
be-
anything I can.
There's got to be some kind of like fashion thing in the satrapy where people change their scale colors, right? Or maybe that's illegal,
Well,
I
they
don't know.
normally like paint bits of their scales or something with like either messages or sections or whatever. But I don't think you meant to paint the all of you.
No, one generally will take pride in their type and color, and not seek to alter it in such a drastic way. It's kind of an honor
I do
and
I do
pride
imagine
issue.
that full body repainting would either be a new fashion or illegal, and only one of those two options.
It might be something to do with like changing your station or your house. It might be weird. Probably
Yeah,
very
that's
not.
what the thing is. I don't know how
Yeah.
important it is what the color means.
I don't know. They would probably put you to death for it. I don't think there are many cases
Okay.
of this happening in
Okay,
our
that one.
culture.
Noted,
Usually,
noted.
if
So
you
they won't
break the law,
expect
they'll
it.
kill you. Yes, exactly. They won't see it coming.
Well, if
Here
you
we're
want
I
not
don't
in the
know.
satrapy, so it doesn't matter if it's if it would get you put to death there, except they might send assassins. But they've already sent assassins, so what's there to lose?
Maybe the assassins will start assassinating each other in an attempt to be the one to assassinate you.
I don't
I
think.
don't think that it will be how it works.
But only the assassin that kills you gets the money, right? So they'd start like killing each other. I've seen a play about this.
All right, I could
I
see it
suppose-
going that way, but very.
Depends
probably
on how
highly
much
unlikely.
my head is worth, I suppose. Well, regardless, I think my goal is still the same: is to get stronger, so that I don't have to go through these ridiculous hoops, jump through these ridiculous hoops, in order to.
I liked it when Arena made me
safe.
jump through hoops. It was fun.
Metaphorically.
That was a different type of hoops, and that was for fun. It was kind of fun. But if you do need help with painting your scales, I've painted a lot of things before.
I mean, you might have to do the whole body. I mean, I guess you could leave certain areas.
Well, he could do those areas. I don't need to do
I
everything.
don't
Just,
think
you know, like
it might
the
be
back.
difficult, like an angle. Wait, no, I meant like his face. Oh, okay.
Do you think I need to do all of my scales? Not just my tail and my hands and my feet and my head?
Well, I guess it depends on how believable you want it to be. What if something happens and you lose a garment?
How
Now
many
it
times?
sounds
do
like
you-
you're trying to get me naked.
Wait,
No,
is he on the list as well?
no,
I
he's
mean-
not on the list.
okay.
No.
Wait, not at all?
I mean, I don't know, maybe.
I mean, he's like... Wait, do you not like scales? Are you a scalist?
No?
Okay, just checking. Some people get weird about that.
I think I'll be all right applying it myself. Thank you. Maybe you could get my back or something.
Yeah, that's what Arena said. You're back.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna
yeah,
raise
you're
the
back.
obvious point that, like, it might be difficult for Arena to reach that far. Maybe
Probably
like
by
a
I can
step
make her
ladder.
larger,
That's true. I can make myself
or I
larger.
can make myself
or goodbye.
smaller.
There we go. Arena casts enlarge on herself. Skith casts reduce on himself. And just there we go. Paint.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perrin's just like, why doesn't Skith sit on the bed and Arena stands on the bed? Why are we casting magic in order
I
to
trust
reach?
you. That is the way that you get nail varnish all over the bed.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm... Okay, on the floor instead. Then I don't know.
You'll get nail varnish
You
all
get
over
it
the
all
floor.
over the floor.
If we shrink Skith, does it take a fraction
Less
of the
paint?
nail varnish? And then
Does
when
the paint
when he
last
grows
longer?
again, does it still cover all of the scales?
Yes, this is the way we pay for less varnish because it
Okay, I'm
costs.
now on
Technically,
board
the
with
nail
the
varnish
using
is not
magic to apply.
magical. So no, it would crack. I'm sorry. It's not magical nail varnish.
Okay.
It was cheap
Well,
stuff.
Other stuff that is on you shrinks and doesn't shrink. And
Yeah,
because
but that's
in the
it's shrunk
first
when it's
place
on
it
you, not
shrinks.
when you put it on you. If you put a sock on Pietro and then enlarge Pietro, that's fine. But if you shrink Arena, put a sock on Arena, and then Arena expands, the sock is non-magical. It will just break. Like you
but
are
other
magical
non-magical stuff doesn't break when you enlarge and
Yeah, no,
reduce.
you are
When you
enlarging the
cast
stuff
it-
when you cast it.
Yeah. When you cast it, you're applying the magical effect to the person and all their items. When the magic is
Oh.
over, everything returns to normal.
Because
So
I'd have
when-
to shrink before we could paint me.
Exactly. If you paint you and then you shrink, that's fine. But if you paint you and then you unshrink, the paint is non-magical. It's just gonna break.
Yeah,
Okay,
the paint
what
wasn't
if
shrunk, so it will then just be broken.
what if
I
I
guess.
shrink myself, you guys paint me, and then while I'm shrunk, Arena enlarges me, therefore making it magical, and then I break my original spell.
Okay.
I,
Then when Arena spell breaks, the paint shrinks.
I think that just ends up with the paint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh god, if
Fine,
all the
we'll
paint
just use the
suddenly
paint
tries
we're
to
supposed
shrink to smaller skit size while you're a normal size.
That would be like, my
Trying to hack
skin is
it.
breaking.
Like you wouldn't implode, but you would feel for a brief instant like you were, and then
It would feel for brief moments like you are getting like a friction burn on your entire body as all your skin moves separately from the underlayers of the dermis.
Oh,
Like it
no.
would not be good. Either way, you have enough to be able to paint yourself, and you can do it, and there is no roll
We
required.
went
Okay.
down a weird rabbit hole there.
Going to look ridiculous wearing my robe being bright red.
We could get you another robe made.
Oh, I do have a black cloak now.
And they have your measurements on file. They already have your measurements. We could make more stuff.
All right, fine. But only until I'm strong enough to kill everyone in my way. I mean,
Arena looks a little
free my
concerned
people.
about
And crime.
No crime.
if crime
We'll
will get us
split the
closer
difference
to our
in-
goal.
We'll split the difference and go with take your rightful place as leader of your house.
And half a crime.
Believe me, I won't go executing people for changing the color of their scales once I'm in charge, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's. I appreciate that.
Perfectly balanced, like all scales should be.
What?
Oh, okay. I heard it in
No
a
more
play.
husks.
Watching some weird plays.
He's been
Okay.
watching a lot of weird stuff, apparently.
Look, I had a lot of time on my hands when you were going and doing adventuring, and I had no levels.
The near-death theatrical universe.
Afraid I used most of my potions up in that last battle. I've only got one left in my band and none left on my person, so if we're going to go to a tower, I'll need to restock those, I think.
Yeah, definitely need
Yes,
to
it
take a
probably
restocking
would be a
trip.
good idea.
We can pop by Arathane's Emporium. We'll see if you got back okay. His
It's
mission.
my orb.
I
It's not
probably
your
want to
orb.
get another
It is-
potion too.
It will be mine, Perrin.
Like,
One
it will be
day.
your orb if you take possession of the orb. Until then, it's an orb.
Do you think he'll sell it in the shop?
I hope not.
I hope he doesn't sell it. But I don't know what his intentions are for it.
Hey, I'm just saying that, like, Mash has been looking for a bigger marble.
And we want to make sure she doesn't get it.
Well, aside from almost dying and seeing the ambassador, I didn't see any other shady individuals, so I'm sure that the assassin will report back that I'm still alive, though. So, like I said, it's probably best to leave the city as soon as possible, unless we want a slew of them chasing us.
Yeah, we'll
At this
make
point,
sure to always keep someone guarding you in case Stab Softly shows up again. Unfortunately, we're not great. at
as you
detecting-
say that, as Stab Softly shows up again,
Oh,
the figure standing in the corner of the room on the post of the bed, who hasn't been noticed until now,
Oh,
just
no.
raises their hat. Please stop concentrating. As the 1.5-foot form of Stab Softly, the halfling, just looks at you.
Arena will like wave and she's like,
Step softly! It is so nice to see you again. Minus the circumstances.
Properly
Yeah.
interesting friends.
I'm just gonna step in between Stab Softly and Skis.
Who hired
I'll
you?
release the spell. I think it would have fallen off anyway by now, but yeah.
It takes an hour. It's only been about 55 minutes. So with that, Stab Softly grows in size again, and you see them like rolling their shoulders and flexing a little bit. Still see there is a slight burn mark on one shoulder where your firebolt hit. Physically strike them.
Physically strike them.
Physically strike them.
Oh, I see. Got to
Oh, I see.
If you're here
What are
to
you
try
two
and
doing?
fulfill your contract again, then you'll
No.
have to- Okay, good. I appreciate that.
The contract only lasts while you're in the city.
And we'll try to not be here then.
Why would I report your being alive? Competition for the contract.
Oh. There are other people? That doesn't surprise me. They probably tried to hire more people.
I did suspect that if we somehow did manage to bring Stab Softly's contract to a halt, that it would simply be handed to somebody else. If anyone's going to be hunting my friends, it can at least be another friend. Strange a statement as that is to make.
Arena nods.
I would not kill you. I am a professional. Friends.
Professional what?
He's a professional. How are you, by the way? What have you been doing besides obviously trying to kill our friend?
Killing. Killing our not friend.
You've been killing other people that are not our friend?
Now she gets it.
You've been working with my mother. Killing Lumarians, that kind of thing?
I have a few very well. No, sorry, wrong accent. I've got a very few targets I need you to kill off, if that's okay. I'm pretty sure I can pay you well. A lot of people who didn't side with Harker who have money that can be put to better use.
Makes sense.
We're allowed to have more than one contract at a time.
No union rules.
Might as well have multiple going at once. More likely to stumble into one of your targets in the middle of the day.
Now she gets it.
How much would it cost me to... How much would it cost me to contract you to kill whoever has contracted you to kill me?
The feathers kind of stick out a little bit as you say that.
That might breach contract rules.
Skith has such a low insight passively that would not notice that. The other two of you are like, you're questioning the professionalism of Stab Softly, and like, that Stab Softly took offense at that question.
All right,
I
fine,
think it's
fine.
an
What
honor
about all
among
of their
thieves
friends
kind
and
of
family
thing.
instead?
The contract came first.
Well, whenever the contract is done, then you could do a counter contract.
I'm not sure if the contract counts as done until Skith is dead, but it does count as useless if Skith is out of the city, by the sounds of it.
Quite an odd contract. With such a
As your employer,
stipulation.
I am of course anonymous.
I imagine it costs
fair
extra
Professional.
to assassinate someone anywhere in the continent as opposed to in a certain location.
Teleportation paid for.
Ah. So your contract to kill Skith brought you here, and then you grabbed a few extra while you were in the area.
Now she gets it. Pronouns.
Understandable.
All right.
I'm not comfortable resting here while they are under contract to kill me. And
The beady eyes are focused on you.
Yes, I think we can establish that he does know where you live.
are you trying to have a go?
No,
Feeling
just,
better now after Perrin's healing. We can take this outside.
Stab Softly voice is broken.
yeah, that's way too much power.
As you say, well, he does know where you live. Stab Softly's mouth opens and
Yeah, that's way too much power. Oh dear. I was gonna say, I'd rather things don't come to blows, as absurd as this situation is. I would like both of you to stay alive and as much as possible unharmed. We'll do our tower run, we'll get out of the city. There's plenty of other business to get done elsewhere, and in the meantime we'll find somewhere that Stab Softly doesn't know of, or will try to, for Skith to stay. You can pretend you don't know.
professional.
I think that's a no.
And in Perrin's voice, here's what needs to be given. Physically strike them.
I don't even remember saying that. Guess I must have.
Death. Not for you. Gesturing at Perrin and Arena.
You say you still want to fulfill the contract?
Professional.
Professional.
I can't let you kill my friend.
Another time.
Weird though. Weird circumstance right now.
Disappears. Shadows fold over him. He is no longer there.
Damn it.
Let me tell you two that if this one were my friend and sent to kill you, I would still kill him.
I'm hoping for
what if
a solution
no
that
one
involves
has-
nobody dying.
Yes. I'm for
Always
that
the
solution.
optimist.
Stab Softly has helped us
Always.
in the past. We may owe our lives to them, so I would like to not stab them,
Well, I
despite
do
their
not owe my
proclivity for
life to
stabbing.
them. Well, I guess we should find different accommodations for the night then. Should I go ahead and paint myself then, or when should I use this ridiculous stuff?
Whenever you're ready, I guess.
Maybe not before a tower run, because if you go in the tower, you'll probably get it damaged.
Maybe before we leave the city? Or after?
And then they won't know where you go to.
That would make some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Also, because you have to check in at the tower with your name and your group, and if you check in the tower with your name and your group, and you're a red dragonborn, someone will notice.
Guess I'll just have to use a cloak or a hood of some type.
I mean, or stick really close to Perrin and Arena and don't go, like, getting into a mausoleum where you're trapped and alone.
I was trying to climb up it, but my stubby human halfling fingers were unable to grasp the wall. No
Perrin
claws.
looks at his hands.
Arena, like, doesn't
No
make
claws,
a face because
Perrin.
she's just like...
You don't
Claws are
need
better.
claws.
Well, climbing.
Grippy finger pads. It doesn't matter. Anyway.
You're not a gecko, Perrin.
We'll find somewhere for you to stay, and we'll make sure someone keeps watch in the night. If it does come to blows again, if Stab Softly does try and kill you, I will fight back, and if necessary, I will kill him, if the alternative is your death.
Can always
Lucky
knock
we
someone
were in
into
such
death
close
saves.
quarters. You got a feather.
Yeah, you can knock someone into death saves and then stabilize them and then just kind of wander off and be like, alright, you stay down for a while and...
And like just put them in a dumpster and be like, just so no one stabs you and steals your shit. There you go.
And then I guess
think
like
he
if you're
called it
stabilized,
back,
can you then just short rest while slumped on the ground?
Yeah, because you are stabilized at 0 HP. You aren't awake until you gain HP, so you take a short rest, your hit dice are used,
Okay.
and you wake up at the end of the short rest.
They just put them in a dumpster.
I can have Clovered Butt watch over you.
Do you have any idea why my lightning bolt wouldn't have worked on that creature?
Mm-hmm.
I rack my brains.
Make flat int rolls.
yeah.
13.
7. Wow. I
Perrin.
have such a high int and I rolled a 7.
Class feature. Some classes, specifically Rogue and Monk, get access to something called Evasion. If you succeed on a dex saving throw, you take no damage instead of half.
Okay, that makes more
which
sense.
Makes it look like you weren't hit at all because you genuinely weren't hit.
Yeah, Perrin will say that there's a certain ability that rogues have, and Stab Softly is definitely a rogue that allows them to avoid attacks entirely.
Fire definitely seemed more effective.
I
Well,
think ultimately everything can harm them. It's just more likely they can slip their way out of danger in a pinch.
I see.
They'll
I'll
still have
keep
a hard
that in
time
mind.
avoiding a blade.
I'll just shrink him again next time. All right. Well, was there anything else? I think all of my things are packed up.
I think that's it.
I need to.
I'd like to...
I will probably have to come back and pack again after the tower. Because I have to unpack all of my stuff and then I will have to rebuild my bag.
You do have a wagon and a donkey. You could put it on the back of the wagon.
Do that.
Also, you could just stay here tonight, wake up for your 4 a.m. tower run. But,
I'm going to sleep somewhere else. for
okay.
sure, 'cause I
Yeah,
don't
we could
want
put all
to
our stuff
get
in
stabbed
the wagon,
softly.
I guess, if we want.
Yeah,
But then
I'd want
definitely-
I'd want to go wherever Skit's going so that we can do like a rotating watch.
Yeah, I'm
Like
down with
Corbett
that.
Butt's good and all, but I think Perrin would want like another pair of eyes in place where possible.
Arena will sleep, but Covert Bot will definitely be on watch the entire time.
Oh,
So the tower run is tonight at 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Yeah.
Okay.
Get there for 3.
So technically
so-
the 22nd. On the 22nd.
So we'll be having an early night.
Mm-hmm. Going to bed a little early today.
I'm just pulling up the list of inns and stuff in the area because you do know a few.
Yeah, I have a few as well.
Where did I put the... There's so many notes here. Templates, no.
Our inn options were Green Dragon Inn, Full Pint Gnome, Cunning Warlock. Were the ones that you gave us originally.
If you look
but
on
there might be more.
the what's it called? The guide, the thing where it's like numbers 21 and 22 on the map. These are inns and stuff. Like, what's it called?
Oh, you didn't give us that
Legend.
map.
Under a bridge too. I don't care for the night.
Yeah, we don't have that map right now. With the legend.
You do. It's a handout, but I don't know where the handout is.
Oh, it's a handout. Let me look for the handout.
At near this legend. There you go. 21.
Map.
22. The Green Singer Inn,
Here's legend.
you know about. It was recommended to you when you went into the city, and you decided, let's not go to the one that was recommended for us. It is quite close to the tower.
works.
The closest
Perfect.
is the Silver Dragon Inn, which is literally within like 100 meters of the entrance to the tower. The
With
Green
Velvet
Singer is here,
Palace.
and the Silver Dragon is here.
I must have put the Green Dragon and the Silver, or the Green Singer Inn and the Dragon one together in my notes. I'm gonna change this.
The Green Singer Inn is, from what you understand, an inn. The Silver Dragon Inn is one that is frequented by adventurers, and it's probably, considering a lot of people are getting cut price tower entry right now, probably going to be busy, but maybe in a good way if you want to hobnob with other adventurers who are relatively high level, or if you want to try and just avoid all adventurers, the Green Singer might be the better choice. Depends on which way you want to go.
Profile.
Maybe the Green Singer one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you pack up. You need to pay your way at the Cunning Warlock. So that I think you're 3 gold pieces in the hole at the moment. So you need to pay 3 gold and make your way over to the Green Singer Inn. You pack everything up onto the cart. Greg of Destruction is still there. Your donkey did live.
Rag of Destruction.
And you make your way up to the Green Singer Inn. You get there. It is on a... It's not a main street. It's like a secondary street, but it's not like a back alley or anything. It's a little bit more rundown. Definitely like people come through here and they stop here. It's not an adventure inn. There's nothing flashy and fancy and no overt huge signs of wealth or anything. No lavish like tablecloths or banners or anything. It's just a painted sign saying the Green Singer Inn, and it's got a couple of pints of beer painted at the end. As you walk in, the halfling behind the bar. Well, don't get many adventurers around here. What can I do you for?
It's the
one
Green
room
Singer.
with no
right?
windows.
Yeah, it's the Green Singer Inn.
I'm looking for some rooms, just for a short
What?
time.
3 rooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for now, we'll say 2 nights, and we'll see where it goes.
Right. Have you got paperwork? They're requiring everyone who runs an inn or whatever to show some sort of paperwork.
Do we have the right paperwork?
You've got your tower paperwork. You've got your ability to walk around as an adventurer paperwork, all of which are signed and official. Those would
Yeah,
count.
I'll show those.
I'll
Right.
show mine. Yeah.
Rena Cogdeer, Skiff, and Perrin Valderol. Level 7? Oh, Fence, what are you doing here?
Just need a place to sleep.
Okay. Don't be it. Fair enough. I didn't ask the question. If you want, I can put down a different name.
That would be appreciated.
Okay. That is a premium service, like one of these adventurous services that you charge extra for. 10
Alright.
gold.
10
That
gold for
sounds
the whole
reason-
party.
Completely
The
reasonable.
whole pie.
All right.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, 10 gold. Rooms themselves, how many nights you staying?
I look over at Skith and I'm like, I think we'll go for 2, and
We
Who-
won't
There's
be
more-
here long.
Oh, are
Because-
you and okay, cool. I'll make sure. Do you want a small room then for yourself? Looks at Arena.
they said how many nights, right? I said that's why I said 2.
Oh, rooms. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
How many nights?
You did,
Sorry.
You did say,
I
you
don't
did
know.
say
My brain's
nights,
sick
and I was
faulted. They
wondering
did
why,
say nights.
because
They
I'd
did say
already
nights.
said
I did
nights,
say
but-
nights. I don't know why my brain's sick faulted. 2 nights. Okay, 2 nights.
2 nights, 3 rooms.
I assume you want food delivered to your room and stuff, so you don't necessarily have to go out and about.
Yeah.
Okay. Food delivered, drink delivered, etc. Sure. Okay. Let's say for the premium hands-on service, couple of gold per room, 3 rooms. Run you 6 gold plus the 10 gold for the premium service. And I'll have one of my boys sit outside your room. And if you want anything, you can just, pop your head out and tell them. That way you don't have to come down to the bar.
All right. Excellent.
That'll be 16 gold.
I marked 10 off my sheet.
Oh, okay. You just instantly hand over 10 without even going through Perrin. You're like, name change. Okay.
So on that side, I just need to hand over 6.
Okay. I'm going to put you down as, looks at Arena. Frederick. Frederica. Yeah. Looks at Perrin. Tim.
Sure.
Looks at
Like how he goes from Frederica to Tim.
and looks up and down the Dragonborn. Nick. Right, Frederica, Tim, and Nick. Welcome to the Green Singer Inn. Anything you want, feel free to say. Otherwise, I'll get one of the serving boys to just hang outside your room. If you're going out, let them know so they can, not wait around. But if you get back, feel free to just let me know at the bar and I'll send someone up.
All right. Thank you for your help.
Yes, and before we leave, if I don't run into any trouble and you're completely discreet, then there may be a few extra gold pieces in it for you.
Very well. Well. I do know a wizard who's down on his luck. If you want, I can get someone to come over every day and cast an alarm spell on your rooms.
Look to Skith for that one. It's up to him.
Sure. That sounds helpful. Make sure nobody's rifling through our things or entering our rooms when we're not here.
They'll charge probably about 10 gold a night.
I think I can cover that. We're about to get half off on our tower anyway.
Okay. Well, if you give me 20 gold, I'll make sure he finds out.
Circumstances.
I'll hand over 20
All right.
gold.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not half off of our tower necessarily.
Well,
No, it
entry
is.
fee, and then if we leave halfway, it's free.
If you leave
we finish
halfway,
under 2
they'll
hours.
do. I correct myself. They'll half price your next run if you then
Yeah.
just get another run immediately. Like they'll be like, sure, the next run's half price as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you do it in under 2 hours, even if you quit, like they will half price the next run. If you finish in under 2 hours and you come out the other end, then they will just refund you the fee.
Yeah.
And then
Um,
we'll immediately bounce, and they won't get any of the actual benefit to this plan they're doing.
oh, sure. They're totally not planning on getting any benefit from you.
Okay, yeah. Ultimately they will, but it's funny that it's like, oh yeah, to help with the dealing with the husks, go through the tower, and we're gonna go through the tower and immediately leave.
Husk, never heard of them. Never seen them before. Don't know anything about that.
So, he gives you a couple of rooms towards the back of the inn, which overlook kind of the rear area. They don't really have a stables, but he happily says that he'll take care of your cart and your donkey. And he'll park them outside underneath the windows. So if you do need to just like jump out the window onto your cart and leg it, you will be able to relatively quick. He doesn't say any of this.
I like how
It's
this
all
guy
implied.
thinks. I like that, like, he's like, I got it all planned out. I got your escape plan in an emergency. You combat roll out the window into your cart, and it's like, you've never done hero stuff, have you? No, I have no idea. I'm just an innkeep.
You don't know. He might have like 10 levels in monk. He could be like
Or he
enlightened.
prefers to be called Greg of Destruction.
Okay. Tim, Greg, Nick, and Frederica. Sure. Do you want to go and visit Arathane?
We do
Yep.
need to get some stuff.
We
from there, I
need
think.
us some potions.
I'm probably gonna spend time focusing on these blueprints.
You won't have time today. You need a solid minimum 8 hours of work plus everything else. Like it's a work day to do work on stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. I can't do any portion of it.
Not really, because like the minimum is a unit. Otherwise, you start tracking like decimal points of unit. So, pop over to Arathane's. Okay. This session needs to be done properly. You walk into Arathane's. The woman you recognize from a few times coming in here, plus she gave you a load of stuff when you were out fighting at the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, you're back. You all survived. I heard you did rather well.
We tried.
Did you not hear the news?
What news?
Well, they were reading out a long list of heroes in the Fallen, and you were all on the list of heroes this morning. Saviors of the city, came to the Lemurian Empire's need in the time of trouble, etc. Protected the lives of innocent civilians. That was a huge announcement.
We were dealing with something else.
Yeah, we missed it.
It was about just after 11.
Yeah, no, we were busy.
Right. I think they're planning to repeat it at sundown when people are closing up for the night. Town criers are out in force. But they definitely mentioned your group. By a new name? Dragon Punch?
Yeah, I think that's what we're calling ourselves now.
Well, it certainly has a bit of a kick to it. Well, a punch to it.
Catchy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yes. Although it's a little bit, might I say it's a little bit risky for someone from the Ashir Satrapy to be courting the term Dragon Punch.
I punched a dragon. What do you want?
It was his idea.
Oh, well, fair enough. Right, what can I do you for? Oh, actually, Arathane said that I should give him a call as soon as he showed up. He came back late last night.
Oh. We're here for some potions, though. We need a reason.
Oh, well, that's
I
easy
imagine
enough.
he got quite a shock when he turned up. I understand he's been
Yes.
outside of the news loop while he's been away.
We need probably about 5 of them.
5 healing potions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, the problem is that I used most of my store the other day when I went round and handed them out to people. I have only just started making more. I only have 1 available right now. Normally it's increased price as well, but, you know, you've got a store discount with us. It doesn't apply to health potions, but I'll give you it at the standard rate. Arathane might have some he can access. Worth asking him.
Well, we'll
We
take the
can
one
hang
to
around.
Yeah, sure. She just produces a crate and goes through the layers and all the dividers until she gets to the bottom. Pulls out one solitary health potion. 50 gold. They are running at 100 right now, but your group 50.
I'll mark off 50 gold.
And I think
Thank
you
you.
need it, right, Cobalt?
Yeah, I have one charge in my ring and no potions left.
Okay. Do you want to put it into the ring then?
How many potions do you have, Perrin? Or
I've got
Okay.
one.
got one? Okay, I got
How
two,
many
so
have
we're
you-
good. We're good.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're all right.
we're a little bit shorter than we would like to be, but it's not terrible.
So if I
Yeah.
put it into the ring, I have to use it as a reaction, and I
Yep.
can use it as a bonus action if I don't.
Yep.
I think I'll just hold one on me, so I'll have one as a reaction, one as not.
Okay.
That sounds like a good
For
idea.
now.
So, mind if I call Arathan then?
Yes,
I'll be honest, I'm going to call him either way. He employs me.
No, please do. If he happens to have some more potions available, we're not going to be upset.
Well, I've already called him now. There's a moment, and then you hear a rustling in the back. Well, I'll leave you to it. Arathane walks in. He looks over, gives her a nod. She walks into the back. Arathane is no longer wearing the very flashy robes you saw before. Right now, the robes are kind of like pitch midnight blue, with the odd twinkling of stars that actually seem to vaguely twinkle in front of you as you watch. There is a bandolier across the front, which has a few different wands in it, and along the hip, there is a satchel. On the hat, there is what slightly peculiarly does look like just a big floppy wizard's hat.
Productive journey?
Well, yes.
It's nice
A little
to
bit
see you
out of my
again.
way. Pardon?
It's nice to see you again.
Yes. What happened while I was away? I came back and there was husk zombies everywhere in the shop. They'd scared all the customers across the entire continent.
That is about what happened.
Make me a deception roll.
I mean, that is what happened.
Oh yes, it's truth, but it's still a deception. You know more than you're letting on is the
Oh god.
truth of deception.
If after all this, Nat
Nat
20!
20!
Yes!
I'm gonna actually have to roll. This is weird. Let me just check this.
Why? Why
Please
when
work,
I don't
please
really
work.
need to lie, it
So
works,
far,
and then
yeah. So far, we've managed to completely avoid suspicion. Don't let it be ruined now.
now you're
Oh,
jinxed it.
fair enough. I guess you're not the center of everything that goes on. But I have to thank you. The map ended up being very useful.
I look behind me. The glass front that forms the fourth wall was smashed by a husk earlier.
Is that what those robes specialize in? Is helping you through the chateau, Chateauvel?
No, they don't exactly help me with the Shadowfell. They are what I wear when I'm looking for something a little bit more practical rather than flashy.
Looks pretty flashy to me, though. I like
I mean,
it.
I still have taste, darling.
It's much more subtle than the other robe, for sure.
So, I think I at least owe you a favor. What can I do you for?
If you happen to
Yes.
have any health potions knocking about in the back somewhere, we wouldn't mind it. We're going into a tower.
Looks over. No, we're out of health potions in the back, but he just opens his satchel, pulls out 3 potions.
Oh, fantastic. How much?
Considering that the map you gave me led to more than just a map, I think that I owe you more than I originally bargained for, so have them on the house.
I'll take one and then hand one each to Skith and Arena.
I'll put that one into my ring. Drop my ring into
Okay.
it.
Make a note that is a greater healing potion.
Ooh.
Oh, Wait, are they all greater healing potions?
All greater healing potions.
Ah.
Ooh.
Arathane does not carry mundane healing potions on him when he goes
that
to
is-
like,
stuff.
Yeah.
Let me just drink a potion and heal a tiny fraction of my health.
Yeah.
I assume everything's
So
pretty
greater
up
is
there in terms of
44 plus
levels.
4, right? 44 plus 4.
It should be on the API healing thing, so you don't even need to know. But I believe it is
Oh.
44.
I like
I
having
think
it
it's
in my
safe to assume that you
I'm gonna
found
move
what
my
you were
potions
looking for.
There's another.
Yes, which is why I was away for a little bit longer. I had to make sure that everything I needed to store was stored securely.
I don't suppose the orb you found is for sale.
That thing should not be for sale.
Good. I was worried that you might try to sell it to someone.
I appreciate that we're agreed on what should be done with that thing. Not that I fully understand it, but that is as good a reason as any not
Do
to
we agree?
sell
What
it
are your
willy-nilly.
And then Arena says again,
What are your plans with it?
in his head instead.
You can speak out loud in front of your party. I appreciate the thought,
I
but
need to know the other people around. I don't know.
there is no one else in the shop right now. It is somewhat limited customers. It's unfortunate for trade, but good for secrecy. And scrying from outside the shop in is actually quite difficult. My plans for it are not to let other people have it for now. Unfortunately, I'm somewhat busy, considering everything going on, to be able to do more with it right now. But for the moment, it stays away from everyone else. If someone gets their hands on that, they could do some real damage.
That is a load off my mind.
Arena seems relaxed.
I'm interested to see what kind of protections you must have in place for it to be more safe in your hands than where it was, but I imagine you have your ways.
Yes, and as much as I appreciate the thought, you are still only level 7.
Yes, for now.
There are bigger fish out there, and some of them can get into your mind. Plus, I have stored it where I store more of my valuable merchandise, as he gestures around at the shop. And I'd rather not go into my trade secrets.
I don't want fish in my mind.
Arena's
Yes.
thinking about the Kuatoa.
Everyone's like, what? Oh no.
Well, if you do happen to come up with a price, or if we find something worth bartering for, I'd like the opportunity before anyone else.
If I ever plan on selling it for something as mundane as monetary gain, then I will let you know.
Or we could also maybe find another item worth trading. From the,
If you
from
find
the
an item as
tower.
potentially as destructive and deadly as that, then well, I hope you would just hand it over and let me seal it somewhere safe. Knowledge might be useful, but some of it misused can be very...
Can I insight check his safe, like what is like the intention of the safety?
Huh?
Like if you actually, not that I'm gonna be good at inciting, but just that Arena would. 18.
Genuinely seems to want to keep it safe from what you can tell. Genuinely seems like he has left it somewhere safe that he thinks is safe and doesn't seem to have an intention to let it out of there, at least in the near future or anything like that.
Okay. Reassured.
Pretty much the best option Perrin was hoping for, so he's
Yes.
already happy. He's like, oh, you're keeping... Like, the moment everything was like, we don't want it falling in the wrong hands, Perrin's like, oh, thank God, you're not an idiot. Or evil.
Arena is going to start perusing, but not that she's actually going to get anything.
Those orbs of dragonkind are something that should not fall into the wrong hands.
makes a mental note of Orbs of Dragonkind to read up on later.
What do I know about Orbs of Dragonkind?
You may all make history checks. You failed the Arcana check, but you might know the name from a reference from literal history, like it happened a few thousand years ago. Scarce DC is going to change, but that's still not good enough. Oh, okay. So because you already checked and you failed the check, the DC is higher. Scarce DC is slightly lower because of the sheer HP. Still not high enough though. Perrin, not a chance.
I will add
Arena.
a +5 to mine.
I'm going to tell you. Oh, I guess actually, if you do add +5, I can tell you more. If you want to. Okay.
That's
31. The
Now that I
DC,
know what
having
it
already
actually is.
failed, was quite high. You passed by several tiers of magnitude. The Orbs of Dragonkind were created towards the end of the Dragon Age, where dragons kind of took over and ruled. I mean, dragons kind of helped people rise up against the Illithids, drove the Illithids underground and away, and then a lot of dragons just were like, hey, what if we just take over now? The dragons took over. And then people were like, how do we kill dragons? You people invented some stuff. Cannons were used to kill a dragon. But the problem was that, like, how do you get dragons to come and then be able to kill them? And so some very powerful people took some very powerful dragons that they captured and basically enslaved their souls into these objects that they could use to pull dragons towards them, like influencing dragons. Blue dragons could influence the blue kind, blah, blah, blah. So the orbs corresponded to the colors, and you were able to influence dragons to come towards you. It was considered morally reprehensible and dubious, even by the people who did it, but it was considered necessary to be able to fight the dragons, because otherwise there was going to be no way that they could stop a foe who could just fly off, burn your village, fly
So it's
off.
like the sword that you have, but with dragons inside of it. That's so sad.
Kind of. It wasn't like large numbers of dragons. It was literally like find a great dragon and then through a ritual and sacrifice, etc.
That's so still
Oh
sad.
no, still, yeah.
Does
Yeah.
active use make the orb draw in dragons, or does it passively do that?
That would be more an Arcana check thing. But from what Arena might know, it has been rumored that it does just naturally, very subtly draw dragons towards it. It does have an influence. It has a mind of its own. The dragon is still in there and does influence the wielder of the dragon orb. And that's why they were considered incredibly dangerous. Because not only can the person try and then pull and dragons towards them and then try and control them, but the orb itself can try and exert its control over the wielder. So they were considered like effectively like not a weapon mass destruction, but on that kind of tier. Being able to just call dragons regardless of power, being able to then like control dragons even regardless of power is harder, but you can control almost any dragon of that color. And the fact that the orb is malign and they correspond to all of the chromatic dragons and can influence like the wielder is incredibly dangerous. They're considered like very messed up artifacts. But they are notable.
Them all.
There are 5 of them, 1 for each color. It is also considered, because you did roll incredibly high on your history check, that it's potentially one of the things that Tiamat wants. All 5 of the orbs. So Tiamat can pull back Dragonkind as an army rather than let the factional differences between all the different individual characters like break them apart again. Tiamat wants to be able to take all the dragons under control and then use them. And that's one of the things that is a problem.
What color was the orb that we saw?
Blue.
What color is Planrax?
That's why.
Planrax is gold.
Gold, yeah.
Gold.
So is it not? It won't be drawing him in then.
It could be, but it's like
Maybe.
a magnitude less on dragons who aren't the color. It's like a very subtle. It's effectively like it has a knock-on effect because it's targeting dragons, but it is targeting that color and can control that color. It has an influence a little bit overall, but it would never be powerful enough to control a gold dragon.
Yeah, and
So
we knew it
wait,
was a blue
hold on.
orb because he was like, because Cobalt's character was like, I'm
It was
blue,
like,
it's blue,
it's
I own
me.
it.
That's why Skiss was like, I need this orb. I want this orb to be
I
in my
want it.
presence at all times.
What if Mercurix had gotten it? Could they control their daddy?
No, it would not be able to.
No, because it's a gold dragon, not a
It's
blue
gold
orb.
dragon versus a blue orb. Blue
Is
orb can
Mer-
only control blue dragons.
It just attracts the other
blue,
kinds of
that's right.
dragon, doesn't control the other kinds.
That's what. No, I
it's
had
like
mixed
a
up.
magnitude less for the drawing of dragons towards it, but it would have a very subtle effect that dragons would tend towards it.
I was thinking
Blue
the
dragons
color
could
of
be
the
drawn.
dragon, but it's the color of the orb, not.
Yeah, the color of the
dragon.
orb.
Yeah,
The orb is
What?
blue.
which makes more sense.
What color was Mercurix before he became a shadow dragon? Do we know?
Gold.
Yeah.
Gold.
Okay, so
It was
they
the
were both
son of
gold.
Palinrax.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't know
He's
like
a,
I didn't know
he
if
was a
like
baby
they were
gold
always...
dragon.
I didn't know if like maybe there's like I don't
Oh,
know
if they can
dragon
make the
genetics.
triangle?
Maybe sometimes
Hybrid.
like a gold dragon can have a blue dragon, and then
I've
his
never
gold dragon
seen it
wife is
like
like,
that.
hang on a minute.
They are very
Or
lineage
the other way
based.
around, I guess. The gold
Yeah,
dragon.
I've
Very,
only
very
seen them be like
heavily,
a
like-
gold has a gold, like whatever color they are has that. But maybe there's some lore that I don't know
I
about.
thought maybe like, because like what happens if like two different colored dragons breed? Like, is what it is? Could it be?
I don't think it
a
normally
mixed
happens.
Color or like one of the two colors?
They're
Flip a
not
dice.
usually like friendly.
Dice, roll a dice, flip a coin.
Yeah. So then yeah, maybe like
True.
I don't know.
Mummy Mercurix was
Whoever
like
has
a
the
bronze.
highest
could have been
recessive or
blue.
like non-recessive genes.
It's a roll for dexterity. I don't know.
Dexterity. Well, usually it's like the
in this world, it's just you randomize it between the parents, except in the case of humans, which is why humans are messed up because they always get precedent.
That's true. In this world, humans just
They're rabbits.
anything that breeds with a
People
human
consider
turns into a human. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why places like this sheer satrapy and a lot of other people besides are like, humans are rabbits. They are good for breeding, and they are good for doing tasks, and then they die. They're an invasive species. You might as well just use them for, in this case, labor.
Okay, so in this world, dragons may breed with other different colored dragons, but if they do, then it's a flip.
It would be a
coin, it's
toss
like-
up between the two, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Um,
Mercurix could have been blue potentially, but
you know Mercurix had a partly fire breath, so it would have been either blue or red. It's very, 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 very unlikely that Mercurix would have been mothered by a red dragon, because red and gold do not get on.
so he might have been blue then.
No,
He could-
not a chance.
Oh, he said blue or red.
Oh, sorry. No, fire. You're entirely right. I'm just getting tired. You are right. There is still a chance it could have been blue. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Mercurix
Blue
might have
or
been
gold.
blue, and that might be why he was like, "I must have this orb."
Maybe.
Possibly to the extent
Also,
where his dad
if Mercurix
summoned him.
owned the orb, Mercurix could still use the orb to draw blue dragons. It's as the wielder, it doesn't matter. You're just targeting blue.
It'd just be a self-perpetuating blue dragon magnet, and eventually all blue dragons would just form a ball around. the
Mercurix
orb.
would be able to just control blue dragons, kill their father with blue dragons, whatever. Maybe even trap their father inside the orb because their father is a greater gold dragon. It's a toss-up. It could be the. This is wild speculation that I'm just giving you because Arena has a 31.
Yeah, Perrin actually
Yeah,
knows
no one
none of this.
else
This is just Bentham like being like, "Ooh,
Yeah,
things." I
I-
must
No one
It's
know."
good,
else is
because-
here.
31 in Arena's head. Everything we say is possible. Like Arena, you have all these thoughts. Your flash of genius.
Oh yeah. And I think Arena will relay some of this. But I'm always just worried about what Airthane knows. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Because he probably knows everything. That's my worry. Is like, do I say it out loud in front of Airthane or do I just tell you guys privately? Either way, she's going to tell you guys so you know all of the things.
You would also, with a 31, I think I would also need to tell you, it's unknown how it is destroyed. There are suspicions about particularly powerful entities, etc. But it's almost guaranteed that however you destroy the orb will unleash whatever great powerful dragon of that color was inside it.
Is there
Which
a way
is why
to
no one has tried.
keep it from like naturally drying, or like is there a way to like kind of how it was hidden in there was
This
just, like,
is an Arcana check. Roll me an Arcana.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, if you like destroyed an orb to free its dragon, the dragon would probably be grateful, right? Be like, oh, thank
Depends
God, it
on
was
if
so
you had
stuffy
an
in there.
agreement. If you like it knew beforehand, but if it just like popped out and didn't know, it could just be like, I'm gonna kill
It could
everything
think
in sight.
If
Yeah.
it had no idea what was going on, but like if the dragon knew that you'd freed it, then he'd probably be really grateful, right? I don't know how dragons
Yeah,
are.
all the chromatic dragons are really evil.
Okay.
Blue
Yeah.
ones, maybe. But with a 22 on Arcana, vague normal stuff, you might just need to amp it up to like 10, 20 times, 50, 100 times stronger than usual because this is an artifact. But anti-scrying particularly targeted at dragons, all of that would dampen the effect, if not kill it outright, depending on how powerful you make it. Putting it in a demi-plane, separating the demi-plane from the mortal planes, they might still feel it, but it would be very difficult. It would be dependent on where the location of the connections are. That sort of stuff. Standard stuff you would do to just be like GTFO. Demi-planes would probably be the safest, but it would also be like the less... There's only so much you can do on a demi-plane, and a demi-plane, if you make it yourself, is only as secure as its anchors. Like, any demi-plane can collapse if you destroy, like, your bag of holding is a small demi-plane of itself. If you destroy the bag, even just put a hole in it, the entire thing collapses.
Yeah, Arena will kind of ask Erethan, like, how he's keeping it safe. But he's probably not going to tell us, right?
As I said, I can't tell you because I'm keeping it safe with a lot of the other very valuable merchandise that I have. And that is very, very private information. People would kill for that. Literally millions of gold is stored there.
Tell me where. I'm just saying there are certain ways that.
And if I tell you about my security procedures, someone else could use that.
All right.
Let's leave it at saying that we're agreed on the point that it should be kept out of the hands of people that might want to do anything with it whatsoever, and if ever you need any help with that, we will we'll do what we can.
Thank you.
Like, for instance, if you needed more secure anchors for your demi-plane.
Arena smiles.
I was more meaning, like, if someone was after it, we could... Okay.
Artificers are particularly helpful, but you still only are level 7. I do appreciate the offer, though.
I know, I'm working on it. We actually have a tower run soon. That's just why we were looking for potions.
Oh.
By the way, do you happen to have an item that helps disguise someone?
Out of disguise. Still quite a few.
Could we see some?
Turns around. We don't have any of those. A lot of people have come in over the last few days wanting hats of disguise. I can, of course, send up... It just looks at Arathane. Arathane's like, we can get some for you.
Arena looks at Skith.
Let me look up the cost of a hat of disguise.
How long will that take? We won't be here very long.
Well, typically we get items in every day. More expensive items we can call in immediately. And since I am here, I can sort that out for you. Let me just pull up the price list. Hat of Disguise casts Alter Self. Is it at will or once per day?
At will would be more preferable.
Yes, it would run a higher cost, though. Hat of Disguise.
I love that someone in chat earlier was just like, Reaping Blade the Orb.
Oh! You'd be like, I can take care of that for you real quick and put
You have to kill with the blade to...
I imagine
if you
it
think
wouldn't
you can
work,
kill
but
it.
it is funny. Just like if you just like, oh cool, just stab it with the Reaping Blade. Reaping Blade is like, I am now level 1020.
I mean, if you want to unleash whatever in the orb and then kill it with a Reaping Blade, that would work.
Yeah, that's, I'm not gonna do that. It's like, just
Otherwise,
could,
you're
like,
killing a
break
piece of glass with the Reaping Blade, and like that doesn't really. But good
It's
shout. Good
it's like
attempt.
it's like how he stabbed the soul crystal with the sword, and the soul from the soul crystal went into the sword. So the guy had an uninterrupted, endless period of soul trapping torment.
Yeah.
We do need to find the other 4 of these dragon orbs, though.
Yes, I need one.
We have
for
become
each
an
finger on
anime.
my right hand.
Yeah, we are Dragon Ball Z Ascension.
Okay.
Want
Hat.
the blue one?
It's
Of
like how
disguise.
we spend an entire episode powering up for a tower run. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Hat of
Like,
Disguise.
he's always like, oh yeah, halfway through this episode you'll start your tower, and you're like, you underestimate our power.
True.
Way too much power.
1,500 gold with a 10% discount. That will run you to 1,350 gold.
You should buy it. You should get it.
It does allow at-will use of Alter Self, so every action, you could be a different person.
Stab softly pay that much money for theirs.
Probably. That was why he had that fancy hat.
How much was it again?
With your tower discount, your affiliated discount would be 1,350 gold.
That's most of our gold.
Got 500 on me.
Do you have any gems or anything? We take gems as collateral payment. A lot of people don't like to use coins when they're paying for larger items.
We do. We have a lot of gems.
How much do we have in gems?
What are we doing with the dragon teeth?
We still have all
need
the
to sell
dragon
'em.
bits.
Yeah. I thought we were gonna sell them, but then crazy stuff
We
happened.
sold the blood,
You sold the blood.
but we were gonna keep the scales, and then the claws we were gonna use to make like like fist punching dragon fisters.
Yeah, like dragon punch
the
knuckle dusters.
I mean, the dragon claws are pretty big. Like, you probably don't need like 4 on each or anything unless you're going like very, very hardcore.
The diamond you can't have though,
Yeah, and
because I'm
there's-
using that to make my homunculus.
We have 17 teeth too, so I don't know.
Okay,
Is
let me look
that
at the cost
Is
of
that
the
the
teeth.
per gem cost listed there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad then. We got some money.
You got paid for like an entire like arc in gems, and Arena was like, "They're pretty. They are not going in the bag of normal money
yeah,
things."
Arena wanted the gems because I can do stuff because I am a jewel crafter, so I'm a jeweler. I can do stuff. We just haven't had downtime for me to do things with them.
If we have that much money in gems, then we can just spare the gold, and then when we need more gold, we can start dipping into the gem supply.
Here we go.
Time to paint my scales.
32 scales, 11 claws, 17 teeth.
Yes.
They will pay 40 per scale, 50 per claw, and 30 per tooth.
So we've got a little over.
And then we had blood, but we
300.
sold the blood. I thought for
Mhm.
300
sold
GP.
Blood's still being
per-
sold.
Yeah. This is the notes that I had
Are we
about
doing
the
anything
dragon
with the
stuff.
dragon teeth? Or,
We
like-
really shouldn't be using those. We should be using the empty sheet thing.
Yeah,
What was it, Bentham?
don't-
Are we doing anything with the teeth, or should we just sell those?
I don't know what we can even use this stuff for.
You
I
wanted
don't
to
think
use them
any
for
of
the
it's
knuckle
for me.
dusters.
I believe
that's
Arena
why
was going to
it's
use some
right?
scales to do the AC upgrade on COVIDbot.
Yes.
Yes.
The
And I thought the knuckle
scales.
dusters were what we were using the claws for.
Yeah, the teeth we
The-
didn't really have a use for.
Yeah,
that
we
I
haven't got
We don't have
anything with the teeth.
enough
They're also
claws.
the cheapest thing out of the list. But
If you're going to do the knuckle duster thing, like on your armor as like kind of a look thing, you would just need 1 claw per hand because they are big claws.
Yeah, I thought we were using the teeth because the teeth
Okay.
were the lowest cost.
would the teeth work for it too?
I mean,
Yeah,
the teeth,
but
yeah,
the
they'll
teeth were
look
what
very
we were
different,
originally
though.
doing. We're gonna keep 13 of them. I pasted it in chat what we
I
had
don't care about
discussed.
the look. I just care about what it's capable of. If it makes no difference to the stats, we'll sell the claws instead of the teeth.
I mean, we don't need any of them. We could sell them all. This was
I mean,
primarily
it's
because
primarily
Cobalt
looks.
really
It's a
wanted
cool
knuckle
idea, though.
dusters.
I mean, no,
For
I'd be
Dragon
cool with the
Punch.
necklace. Just like 1 for each neck, like a necklace for each of us, and then you could
okay,
like.
you want to
whittle
keep
the
1
bottom
tooth
tooth.
each as a necklace that you can just get like threaded. Like Arena can do
Yeah.
that. It'll take like an afternoon, and you can totally do that. In which case, if you want to, you can sell all your claws, all but 3 teeth, and then depends on how many scales you want to keep or sell, because any that you keep can be used towards components for the COVIDbot infusion of plus AC.
I mean, you told me how many I need for the full upgrade.
You don't have the blueprint yet, so I won't be able to tell you exact numbers, but you're looking at around 1,000 gold's worth of stuff. So you're probably looking at somewhere in the region of 25 scales.
Okay.
So if we sell the teeth and the claws, and then we keep 3 teeth, that's 860 gold.
We could keep all the scales for
We
now.
don't have to sell any of the scales.
Arathane
right?
will buy the scales at a different Arathane's Emporium at that rate.
Okay.
All dragon parts tend to go through the network rather than being local, so they're all on the same price system.
Okay, I'm fine with that. If you guys are fine with selling the claws and the teeth.
Do we want to keep another
Okay.
tooth for Pietro?
Yeah, we could do 4. 4 teeth.
So that's minus 30 then.
So Pietro can have one. Although the tooth is going to be huge for Pietro.
Can we keep one extra in case we ever see our cleric Charloon friend again? We could give her one because she helped.
Sure.
It's up to Perrin.
So we're
He-
selling 11 claws and 8 teeth.
God, no. You only have
Or
3
eight.
party members, 1 Pietro, 1 guest
Oh, wait,
character,
oh, not 8
12
teeth.
teeth.
Well, yeah, I miscount. I looked at the
360 worth of teeth, and 550 worth of
13
claws.
teeth, 11 claws, 800 gold.
12 teeth if you're giving one to Banner's character.
Yes.
Mhm.
I think I did the math right. 12 times 30. 12
Yep.
times 30.
360 plus 550, you should be getting 910,
Oh,
I think.
I didn't do the math right at first.
I could have done it wrong in my head.
That's
think it's
right.
right.
It's 910.
910.
And then we'll still have 5 teeth, and we'll sell all the claws.
Okay.
I'm gonna make that change.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll keep one for Caladri potentially.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we still.
If
need
you,
a
I
difference
guess you
of
probably had that
500.
debate like a little bit quickly in front of Arathane. Arathane, would say, if you would like, I do occasionally see Caladri. If you want me to pass one along to her, I can totally do so.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Well, feel free to drop it off any one of the Emporiums, and I'll make sure it gets to her.
Okay. Rena will make her a little necklace.
Okay. You get your 910 gold. Do you want to sell in the gems?
I think we're gonna keep the gems is what we agreed on.
Yeah, we don't need to sell those for now because we've got enough gold to pay for the disguise hat.
And Arena's a hoarder.
Well, of course, if you want to buy any spell scrolls or anything, and now you've got a sorcerer in the party, you run out of juice halfway through a tower run.
I still need to pay
prices
for
do they
our
go
tower
for?
run too.
How much for a scroll of fireball?
It's just like how.
320 gold.
That adds up quick.
Yeah, we could probably get an item that's more permanent.
I shouldn't have used that one that I got for free on the zombies.
I think it was needed.
Could have sold it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. If you want a permanent item, how about Wand of Fireballs?
How much is
14,000
that?
gold.
Yeah,
I was
dear.
waiting for the cost.
That may be more gold than we've ever had. That's ever passed through our hands.
yeah,
Give you
at
a
once.
fireball for way
sure.
cheaper than that.
No. With all your gear and the money you've got on you, you easily outclass 14,000. With all your gear.
Actually, yeah, no, with everything we've had. more than
I
that.
think each of you is carrying in the region of 5 to 8 grand minimum. Maybe 5 to 10.
With all our items, yeah.
So are we buying the hat disguise?
I'm down with it.
Yeah.
It makes sense, and then that way, he can be
Anyone
a little
can
bit-
use
we
it.
can be more subtle and safe with him.
We have an immediate use for it, and then if we need it later for one of you guys, we
Hmm.
can do that as well too.
Does it come with one specific disguise, or can you edit the disguise?
Every time you cast it, you can choose a new disguise. You may
Oh,
cast it
that's
an
nice.
unlimited number of times per day.
I don't know that.
That's
Yeah.
why
Means
hats
I
of
need-
disguise are quite ubiquitous. You have seen many people using them.
Do they
Yeah.
all look the
And
same? Like the big floppy?
The big floppy hats, yeah.
They are available only in big floppy at standard. From
Well
Arathane's
then.
Emporium, funnily enough. And the downside is that hat does remain through all disguises. For slightly more, you can have one that you can change the hat. But the standard They all look like a big floppy hat. You can change aspects around the hat, but it always appears as a big floppy hat.
Could I?
What you do when you got a big floppy hat is you pin it to the top in 3 places, and then you have a tricorn.
You can do that. And you can alter items. You are an artificer. You have that ability.
That's what I was saying. Can I alter it so it doesn't look like an
yes.
No, obviously not right now.
You would need to be able to cast or have someone who can cast alter self. Which you do.
I can.
And you would just need a bit of like components and money to buy those components if you don't have them, which you have. You could do that. It wouldn't be too expensive because it's a small upgrade.
Yeah, and it's half cost for me to make that change too. So
is it already half cost? I thought that was a high level. Could be wrong. I thought that was like level 8 or 10 or something.
Yeah, it might
then
be. We're getting there. We're getting there.
I
need to change my alter self spell and get something else too then next time, since I can just wear a hat for it.
In which case, for the discounted price of 1,350, they sell you the hat of disguise. Big floppy hat. It's perfectly on your head. Pietro's like,
oh, okay. We don't need the scale varnish anymore. I've got an idea.
Do you all want to go back, rest, and get ready for your tower run?
Yeah.
Yes.
Though,
we need to.
To the green singer.
If we can listen to the town crier, and still have time for the rest, Perrin would be interested to hear if there's any important names on the Fallen.
Okay.
In
which case, we'll start with that list being read as you go to bed. Next episode.
Okay.
Also, Pietro's going to use the scale varnish
on his throne.
He's
gotta have a look.
He's painting himself hot rod red.
You're gonna have a hot rod red pangolin with a black cape.
Now we'll
That's
go
actually
faster.
Kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Although
it's a very warlock look.
He's gonna be cute.
I can alter myself to be red and match him. My hat.
Matching colors.
You can just you put on the hat and literally all it does is change your color.
Oh yeah.
Which is what I didn't want to do with the paint, but whatever.
Okay, right. In which case, let's go through all the stuff and we will wrap up. So, announcements. Today's supporter is Miazilla. Hopefully you have enjoyed today, Miazilla, and more Stab Softly, more assassins who are our friend, but it's a problem because they're also professional. But they say they'll just knock us unconscious if we get in the way. That's nice. And also ambiguous morality about being saviors of near-death.
Yeah, I'm like, I wonder how Perrin feels about
it. We fought the zombies.
Right. Also, Mage. Mage is happening 14th of August. Put the notes in your diary. Also, tell everyone, because we'll have downtime on Saturday for 2 weeks before we actually start the new Saturday show. So it's good to remind people. So if you want to do our retweet the trailer, if you want to share it, if you want to post it on Reddits and stuff, should be good. The rules are an entirely new and updated version of the homebrew Mage 5e rules. We'll have more details about cast and about characters and stuff in the upcoming week at a time, so look out for all of those reveals. And in addition, finally, we are sponsored by Roll20. That allows us to do some giveaways and stuff, and we'll have more giveaways of the Vampire the Masquerade book on Roll20, coinciding with our release into Mage coming out on the channel. So if you want to look out for them, we'll be doing more of those in the upcoming weeks. And they allow us to do all the things. We use Roll20 for pretty much all of our streams. There's very few times we haven't. That's mostly because we've needed something that, Divinity Original Sin. It is a video game that we have played, or a board game that we played physically in person, or something like that. But for all of our tabletop role plays that we've done online, we've used Roll20. We've been sponsored by them now for 3 months or something. We used them for years before that. So sure, we might be biased right now because we're, under the influence of they're giving us shit to give away to you for free. But beforehand, we weren't. Just bear that in mind. But they allow you to do all the tabletop stuff, different games, different fancy macros and rollers and APIs, and even make your own sheets for games that aren't a thing, like Mage. I made a sheet using the community sheets that someone else had made that seemed like they were based on something someone else had made. that seemed like they were based on something a group of people had put together without really talking to each other and had no consistency in style, but they did do it, which I'm still grateful for because the community sheets are what makes Roll20 amazing. And also there's APIs and stuff you can do. Great things. Anyway, so thank you very much to them. And that's it. We'll go around everyone. We did get tips today, so there will be tips at the end. Let's start off. I think today we're going to mix it up a little bit. Bentham, what about you? Who are you? What do you do? Where we find you?
This is me. I'm Bentham. I have a YouTube channel called Mangleport Gaming and a Twitch channel called Mangleport. Don't know how that happened. Wish it didn't. But you can watch me play games there. We've been doing some SnowRunner. There's a little bit more of that coming. We're going to stream of that tomorrow. And also we've been playing a whole bunch of Carrier Command 2, which is the 80s sequel I didn't know I needed directly in my veins. We've been playing that. It's coming out in less than a week. And we streamed it for 14 hours last week. Oops. We also accidentally beat the game in 14 hours. We didn't even mean to beat the game. We were just playing, and then we decided to do shenanigans, and then the shenanigans accidentally won, which was fun. So that's what you can do. And I'm trying to put some stuff out on YouTube as well of that for once. That's me.
Okay. What about Cobalt?
What's up? I'm Cobalt Streak. I play lots of games. I just beat Death's Door and Eldest Souls, and I played some Tribes of Midgard, which was a lot of fun last night. Probably going to be doing some more of that tomorrow, and as well as our normalizing stuff that we do pretty much every stream. So, yep, just streaking, and I play D&D on Thursdays here. Thanks for having me.
Maggie, what about you?
Hi, I'm Margaret Crone, and you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places on the internet. Super duper easy. I am just here on Thursdays. That's really primarily what I'm doing nowadays, other than I make video games for a living, and I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And where can people find you at, EE?
You can no longer find me on YouTube because... Also, I'll occasionally be streaming at twitch.tv/Elysium, and here, doing stuff. Who knows? I might even be on another show at some point. That's it. We're gonna have some donations, and let's read them. There were two. So, the first one is from 3QWERTY, $11.74. Unfortunately not watching live, but I can't wait to watch the VOD. Thanks as always to all the Roll for It cast for all the years of entertainment. That's just a very wholesome and nice message. That's why I chose the Pietro voice. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Is he wholesome? He's up to some shenanigans.
Full of holes is wholesome. Finley Shards, $50. Thank you to our amazing cast and DM for another fun show. Always nice to see old friends, even if they are trying to stab new friends in the back. Really enjoy seeing how Pietro is developing and all the ideas they have. Look forward to the tower.
Me too.
Me too.
Also, we're going to do it with 3 people. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, that's way too much power.
Doing the tower with just 3 people is going to be hard.
We did it last time with 3 people.
Yeah, we have done it before.
Yeah, I know we have.
At least we got some greater healing potions now. I was feeling real worried for a second there when we were going in with just a handful.
When they only had 1, I was like, I do have some potions.
We possess now all the spare potions in the world in between the 3 of us. There are no other potions. The potion market has crashed.
I should have been a brewer.
Arathane is literally gonna be like, I could just keep bringing in health potions, but I have to bring them in by the item, and it's not worth it on the margins for the spell. Health potions don't have much of a margin. Big items like your hat, disguise, them I can call in. In fact, Arathane would have done it for you in front of you. A little box appears in front of him, and he just opens it, pulls out the hat disguise.
Nice.
There is a spell which allows you to do that.
Like blooming Amazon drone delivery or whatever, just like a single box containing your item just drops in.
There is a spell that allows you to do that. you can call a box to you containing an item, and so that's what he does.
Sorry,
It's like
floppy
a
hat.
Dropbox. Like a drop.
There we go. That's the.
Hot
There you
drop.
go. That is
No
the hat
one will
disguise.
ever know who you are.
Perfect.
Inconspicuous.
No one will ever know you're wearing a hat of disguise. Super secret.
Yeah, I won't be able to. I won't be able to change that for a while. Well, I can, but it will cost a lot now. But later, when I'm like level 10, it'll
You can
cost
change it
less.
now. It won't cost a huge amount. It is only a small modification.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
if you asked them to do it, it wouldn't be much. We'd be talking like a few hundred gold.
Oh.
If you do it yourself, it will just take time and be slightly cheaper than that. It just depends if you have the time or not in the near future.
I think we should, because like if our plan is to, well, I don't know. It'll depend
If you're
on how it goes.
traveling, bear in mind you aren't
Yeah.
you are moving and not spending 8 hours a day focusing on a task. So
Well, if we're traveling and someone else is moving the object that I'm traveling on,
if you are on a train, you might be able to do that. Yes,
yeah, like on a boat or a train, yes.
or a boat.
That's what I was meaning.
Okay, anyway, we're gonna go. We're gonna do things after show, all that. Thank you for sticking around with us. We'll be back next week if they get into a tower. You know, you never know with this folk. But thank you for watching and have a wonderful week.
I think we should. We should be able to do a tower.
I think we should. We should be able to have a wonderful week.
No, I think we should be able to do a tower. Bye.